Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioner Land Use meeting on January 13th, 2022. I would like to ask everyone to please rise and offer the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important public policy decisions on a finite resource. I pray that you will help us find that healthy medium between private property rights and the greater good of our community. And as always, I pray for our first responders and members of our armed forces, that you will guide them and keep them safe each and every day. I ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. I truly appreciate that. And with that, I'd like to ask for a roll call as we have a hybrid meeting today.
Olbermann?
Here.
Cullen?
Here.
Hagan?
Here.
Kemp?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to Section A, which is actually Joe Moretta. You're recognized.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joe Moretta, Development Services Department for the record. I'll go straight into the agenda. We have no changes to the agenda, which would bring us to item A1, withdrawals, continuances, and remands. Item A1 is for rezoning 180-996. Staff is requesting the item be continued to the February 8th board meeting, starting at 9 a.m. Item A2, application 21-0554. This application has been withdrawn by the applicant. Item A3, this is a special use, 21-1224. This application is out of order. It's being continued to the February 8th board meeting, starting at 9 a.m. Item A4, personal appearance 22-0028. This application is being continued by the applicant to February 8th board meeting, starting at 9 a.m. Item A5, personal appearance 22-0042. This application is being continued by the applicant as a matter of right, February 8th board meeting, starting at 9 a.m. Item A6, personal appearance 22-0151. This application is out of order, being continued to the March 8th board meeting, starting at 9 a.m. Item A7, personal appearance 22-0153. This application is out of order, it's being continued to the March 8th Board of Commissioners meeting, starting at 9 a.m. Item A8, personal appearance 21-1184. This application is out of order. It's being continued to February 8th board meeting, starting at 9 a.m. That concludes the changes to the agenda. Commissioners, I would remind you that on item H1, there's a time certain at 9 o'clock from Commissioner Overman, a commendation, official recognition for Tony Garcia. And that concludes all the changes. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. May I have a motion to vote on the changes?
Move the changes. Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call.
Olbermann?
Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much, sir. And before we do the time certain, I think we need to address the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. Please take a roll call.
Olbermann?
Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. At this time, we will address item H, section H1. All right. Today, we are celebrating a wonderful asset of Hillsborough County that's been a wonderful human and professional in our midst. But I'm going to ask if we have several guests here today, and that is Ms. Melissa Zornita, the Planning Commission Executive Director, present.
Yes, hello.
Excellent, thank you, welcome. And of course, the man of the hour, Tony Garcia. I see you're present as well.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I truly appreciate that, and I'm really glad that we have many in the audience as well as online and watching virtually this great opportunity to say thank you. I've known Mr. Garcia for many, many years, and it's readily apparent to all that he loves our community and has always driven his sound policy advice based on extensive knowledge and expertise. I want to thank Mr. Garcia for his steadfast commitment to the Planning Commission, and by extension to all the residents of Hillsborough County. We usually do commendations and proclamations during our regular Board of County Commission meetings, but I purposely added this to our land use meeting so we could celebrate his service to the land use, planning, and development community. I consider Mr. Garcia a friend, and I'm very proud and honored to offer you this accommodation. It reads, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commission is pleased to recognize Tony Garcia on the occasion of his retirement after nearly 30 years of service to the community, a testament to his unwavering commitment and professionalism. A third-generation Tampa native, Mr. Garcia is a true leader, always striving to cultivate and strengthen relationships that help Hillsborough County grow. After graduating with a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from the University of South Florida, go Bulls, doesn't say that, but go Bulls. In addition to becoming a certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners, he worked as a statewide buyer and financial consultant before his employment with the Hillsborough County City-County Planning Commission in 1993, a moment that was the beginning of a long and fruitful career. Mr. Garcia served with this distinction at the Commission as a community and principal planner, City of Tampa liaison, group leader, and director of the Comprehensive Plan and Policy Review Division. His accomplishments are numerous and noteworthy, such as overseeing and serving as a principal contributor on the Tampa Imagine 2040 Comprehensive Plan, which won national recognition from the American Planning Association. As he enters the next stage of his life with Debbie, his wife of 44 years, his 2 daughters, and 1 grandson, Mr. Garcia will always be known and respected as a consummate professional and visionary. Board of County Commission of Hillsborough County does hereby commend Tony Garcia for his dedication to the community prosperity and wishes him a joyous retirement. Awarded this 13th day of January 2022, signed by all 7 commissioners. Now, I'm going to ask someone to speak on your behalf for a second. Ms. Ornita, would you mind sharing a few words with us?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words about Mr. Garcia. For the record, I'm Melissa Zornita, Executive Director of the Planning Commission, and I've had the good fortune to work with Tony for over 20 years and in a number of different roles. But as the commendation reads, he's been an outstanding planner, brought a lot of great and innovative ideas to our community. He's taught me a lot about the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County because he's just, he knows everybody in Tampa and he knows everything about the history of Tampa. And so I've learned a tremendous amount from him. He's been a great advisor to me in his role as a division director, leading the planning for all 4 jurisdictions over the last 5 years. And he's been willing to do just about anything that we've needed him to do, large or small. And I really am going to miss him. So thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about him.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Garcia, would you like to say a few words?
Just a few words. I know you have a long agenda this morning.
Thank you for the recognition. I truly appreciate it and am honored that this body acknowledges my work over these past spanning, I thought about it, it spanned 4 decades, which really kind of scary. But spanned 4 decades, 5 mayors, and several county administrators that I won't go through, and of course a bunch of elected officials throughout my tenure as an employee of Hillsborough County and the Planning Commission. Again, I appreciate the acknowledgement, and I would like to generally thank all the people that I've collaborated with over this time frame. And also, I'm very proud of all the employees that I've worked with, the staff that I've worked with at the Planning Commission, and the great work that the Planning Commission has done and continues to do under the great leadership that they currently have under Ms. Zornita. And it's been an absolute pleasure and honor working with her and her leadership over the time that she's had this role over at the Planning Commission. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We are all very, very grateful for the great work that you've done over the years, and I'm so proud to hear that. I have several commissioners in the queue that would love to just share the love. I'm going to call on Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Kemp, and then Commissioner Cohen.
Well, Mr. Garcia, it is a great loss to have your experience leaving the Planning Commission, but also your sunny attitude. You know, I've gotten to know you as a citizen working on comprehensive plan amendments, as well as most recently an elected official, and from both sides, I appreciate your friendly, warm personality with all sides of these issues. It goes a long way, and it's really important when we're dealing with controversial land use items that people are very passionate about and involve people's property rights, as well as neighborhood character and traffic and the things that really can get people hot. And having your open, listening, welcoming demeanor has always been a big asset to our county. You've been a great ambassador for us, and so I'll miss you. And I know I'm not the only one, but I wish you well and all good things in your next chapter as you move on. I'm sure I'll still be seeing you around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I keep trying to think of when I might have first known Tony, but I can't. It just seems like long time before I ever thought about being a commissioner, that's for sure. I can remember times talking to him about some planning things long before I even thought I'd ever be running for office. But I just, as has been stated, your breadth of knowledge, just in terms of your expertise, but also that history, and everyone that you've known, as you stated, over the years, all those people having touched and known you, and we've been able to learn a lot. But as Commissioner Smith stated, you're also fun. You're a really fun guy. So it's always a pleasure to talk to you and kind of just get the lowdown on things and get some advice sometimes, or sometimes some cautions or whatever. But wish you good luck. We'll miss you being here, and I am sure that we'll be running into you here and there in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Well, Tony, I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Kemp just said about how much fun you are, especially at 2 o'clock in the morning at a packed city council here, where there's a circus-like pre-COVID atmosphere, and people are bussing people in with cocktails. it has been a true pleasure to work with you over the years. You know, land use meetings really are a great window onto what's going on in our community, and you've definitely had a ringside seat for many, many years. And it's always been a great pleasure to work with you. And as you know, I wish you all good things in your retirement, and I look forward to seeing you around town, which I'm sure that I will.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you very, very much. Tony, you are a jewel in our community, and I certainly will miss your smiling face on our Hollywood squares of screens. But thank you very much for your dedicated service and for everything that you've done to support and celebrate Hillsborough County throughout your illustrious career. And I look forward to finding you around in the community. As others have said, you can be a lot of fun to enjoy your personality and your spirit. And I will look forward to seeing your wonderful retirement thrive and grow. So thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. My screen is flashing a little bit, so if I don't see that you guys have your hands raised, you might want to wave at me a little bit because I'm not sure what's going on here, but it's there. With that, we're going to swear those in that have a need to testify today. So if you're planning on testifying at any of the items today, please raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk. Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for doing that. And with that, Mr. Moreta?
Good morning, Commissioners. This brings us up to item E1 on the agenda. This is a minor modification of personal appearance 21-1153 located at 15256 Fishhawk Boulevard. Commissioners, I'll take you to the overhead. The subject area for the modification of this plan development, which is the Fishhawk development, which is a rather large development. It's located on the northeast corner of Fishhawk Boulevard and Osprey Ridge Drive. Commissioners, this is a square footage increase from 3,544 square feet to 6,500 square feet. What's in the balance of the modification? This is not a use change. The use itself is allowed in the plan development at this location. This is what's in the balance is 2,956 square feet in the site design overall. Staff has reviewed it and is recommending approval with conditions. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. As we address this public hearing, I would like to take the opportunity to remind all speakers, including those participating in person at Saunders Library and those participating remotely, of our meeting participation process. When it is your turn to speak, I'll recognize you as a speaker. For those participating in person in the Saunders Library, please adhere to the mask requirements and respect our social distancing guidelines. Remain seated, and please do not approach the podium to speak until I've called on you. Thank you very much. We have several people signed up for E1 to speak, but at first I will offer an opportunity for the applicant to speak, and you have 15 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. I am here today as an agent for Woody's Wash Shack, and we have our team here to answer any questions you might have. If we could go to the PowerPoint, please. This is minor modification, PRS. The tech guys are making a change. Okay, so they see the left corner there. Commissioners, this can be done today. Next slide. We prefer to build this for Fishhawk. Next slide, please. Uses permitted today under the 1985 zoning code allow, as Mr. Moretta indicated, a car wash use. Next slide, please. So that also includes these other uses which are permitted by right: service station, fast food, and convenience stores, 24 hours a day, seven days a week. Next slide, please. This was all approved in 1985 as a blast from the past. None of you commissioners were on the board at the time that this was approved. This was approved a long time ago. Next slide, please. So what we're asking for is a minor modification. Increase the square footage, 5 feet height for architectural improvements, increase the ISR, and a small 10-foot front setback for an accessory structure. Next slide. Why? The square footage is to actually make the footprint smaller, but to put a lot of the uses up. All the mechanical, which you can imagine is substantial, goes up to the second floor, is enclosed in a concrete area. Height improves the curb appeal of the business, which reflects on the community as a whole, and allows for the mechanical and other elements upstairs. Impervious surface ratio, I'll talk more about, and setback. Also allow better traffic flow. Next slide, please. So we did hold a community meeting and feedback, and after that, the Woody's guys went back to the drawing table, and they are putting forward a brand new elevation and design, which is specifically designed for the Fishhawk area that you can see here. Next slide, please. And again, a little better view of the elevation. Next slide, please. Now, one element that they strongly use is sensitivity for environmental and environmental issues. One is reusing rainwater. They'll be one of the first that recycles and reuses 100% of the stormwater that they capture. Next slide, please. Zoning staff recommendation. Zoning staff tells you that this existing scale and restrictions is compatible. The intensity is comparable with nearby non-residential uses. Staffs find the minor modification approvable with conditions. Next slide, please. Planning Commission finds it consistent, no concerns for the PRS. Next slide. Other third-party opinions in terms of your agencies, there are 0 objections from your agencies, including a reduction of trips, both total trips AM and PM, and our traffic engineer is here to speak to that if necessary. Next slide, please. That's from your staff report. And our private traffic engineer concludes that the intersections are anticipated to operate acceptably for peak hour post-development traffic. Next slide, please. A little more involved site orientation at the corner of Osprey Ridge and Fishhawk. Next slide. I'm sorry, hold please. If you go back, please. Thank you. Across Osprey Ridge is a preschool, then a shopping center and a large church on the other side. Next slide, please. Now, the orientation is engineered to minimize sound impact. The dryers, which are the loudest element, face north. Next slide, please. And in terms of decibel reach, being 1,100 feet away to the north, that brings the decibels down to a very low level, just 33 dBs, which is a very low level. Next slide, please. This is a view of the site, just to familiarize with it. Next slide. And this is the other side of the site. Next slide, please. And this is from Osprey Ridge, the side street. Next slide, please. Again, on Osprey Ridge, that's the building in the back. Next slide, please. And this is from Fishhawk. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, the building has been vacant. It was a bank, and unfortunately, it's come under some vagrancy. Just to make you aware, this is one side. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. So in terms of residential to the south is 410 feet more or less. And then next slide. And again, please. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on slide. So I'm sorry, go back one, please. My fault. Thank you. Thank you. So to the, across the major arterial Fishhawk, you first have a buffer at the site, then you have the major arterial, then you have another buffer, and then you have a lot of forestation before you get to the first residential home. Next slide, please. To the north, it's 1,100 feet away and 1,600 feet away from the location. These are Google measurements, by the way. Next slide, please. And you can see there's substantial forestation. Now, there has been some concerns raised about the school bus. There is a really nice roundabout that you can see here, and also showing you where the access point is. A lot of separation. Next slide, please. We have it at about 161 feet, more or less, per Google measurement. And the applicant, Woody's, is pledging $50,000 toward any needed or desired pedestrian crossing if it's needed or if it's desired, to support and address any concerns that citizens may have. Next slide, please. And of course, that bus roundabout serves students only to the north. Of course, not to the south. Anyone to the south would be across Fishhawk Boulevard for another drop-off. Next slide, please. So what this allows for, commissioners, it allows for a better look. Reduces the footprint size, lets it go up, and shields the mechanical. It allows for higher quality, again, to reduce the size and go up. Allow those aesthetic improvements that we've shown you. It allows for better sight movements. It also allows us to do our best to reduce sound, improve the orientation to the rear, and it does reduce trips. Next slide, please. As a reminder, these are uses that are permissible today. Next slide, please. And this is what we'd like to do for Fishhawk. I will tell you, commissioners, with all the changes and designs that are proposed, it adds approximately $1 million to the project to make this happen. Next slide, please. So we appreciate your consideration. I do have an item, a copy of this to put in the record. And again, we have our team here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. You have an opportunity for proponent testimony. There's 15 minutes set aside. However, in the sign-up sheet that I have, I don't see anyone listed as a proponent. Mr. Moreta, do you have anyone in the audience?
There's someone in the audience.
No one in the audience.
I believe there is one person in the audience. Yes, one person has their hand up.
And that is to hear proponent testimony?
Yes, sir, I believe so. I mean, yes, ma'am.
They may approach the podium.
Yes, ma'am, they're here for proponent testimony.
Okay. Please proceed. You have 15 minutes.
My name is John Michael Elms. I live in Fishhawk at 15848 Starling Water Drive, which is the Starling neighborhood just to the northeast. I also attend the church that's right there adjacent to the property. My family and I have been residents of Fishhawk for about 12 years. One of the problems we have in Fishhawk is the high turnover rate of local businesses leaving, like the current property currently there, to vacant structures that are a source of suburban blight and a magnet for criminal conduct. The owners of the Woody's franchise, some of whom are my neighbors, some of those in opposition are my neighbors, all nice people, all wanting the best for the community. But the owners of the attempted franchise have gone a long way to accommodate the concerns of those in opposition. They have adjusted their footprint design, they've adjusted their decor, they've adjusted all sorts of aspects to try and mitigate concerns, however well-informed or not well-informed they are. The owners of Woody's are ecologically, civically, and community responsible, wanting to provide a long-term, viable business for that location that will benefit the local community and the greater community of Hillsborough County. I think they will be an asset to the community, and I look forward to not only being a neighbor of the business, but a frequent customer. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other speakers that'd like to speak as a proponent? Hearing none. Are there any speakers, although I do have a long list, virtually attending, any speakers in the room that are opponents?
None that we see.
Okay. So then I will ask communications to assist us with the following. I have an Ann Pollock.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ann Pollock with Fletcher Fisher Pollock Law Firm, 433 Central Avenue. I represent Shops at Osprey Fishhawk LLC. They own the shopping center located directly east of and adjacent to the property at issue here. There are 9 neighborhood commercial businesses in this little shopping center, including 3 food establishments, 2 of which have established outdoor seating areas. The shopping center is opposed to this request and would ask that you deny it. I want to speak to the effect on the commercial areas of Fishhawk and specifically on this shopping center. The proposed design that is synonymous with the Woody's brand is really not consistent with the Fishhawk design guidelines for commercial centers, which the Fishhawk will look at and which we submitted with our letter last week. But more importantly, we're really concerned about the internal traffic flow. As the site plan makes clear, the entrance to the shopping center and the car wash property from Fishhawk Boulevard is a right-in only. This means that cars exiting the car wash cannot exit onto Fishhawk Boulevard unless they drive through the shopping center parking lot to the driveway at the southeastern end of the shopping center. So there's this potentially steady flow of excess traffic driving through an area not designed for it. That could be a big safety hazard to the customers driving into the shopping center because parking is only in the front, and also to those who are bicycling and walking to the center from the neighboring residential areas. Kids are often in the shopping center also, given the restaurants and the ice cream shop there, and there's also a martial arts business there. It really isn't a place to have a steady flow of cars whose main goal is to get back on the road after a quick car wash. We're also concerned about the results of the traffic flow through the shopping center leading to traffic jams that might lead to hampering the ability of customers to even access the parking spaces and businesses there, and potentially leading to fewer customers frequenting the shopping center businesses. The noise, the lighting, the fumes from the cars of the car wash and driving through the center could also have a negative impact on the shopping center, but particularly on the restaurants with outdoor seating, one of which is the closest business to the car wash. And allowing the increased entitlements so as to permit this car wash will lead to major disruptions to the shopping center tenants and their customers. The proposed setbacks and access will do nothing to stop these impacts. With the pandemic, as you know, quality outdoor seating is even more vital to the success of our businesses. Negative impacts like these can lead to customers changing their habits, and even a few lost customers can have big impacts on the bottom line. And at a time like this, nobody can afford to lose business. So we would respectfully ask that you deny this request. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Josephine Amato. You have 11 minutes and 57 seconds left.
Josephine, if you can hear us, please unmute your mic.
Right. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize. I'm not going to take too much of the commissioner's time. I appreciate you having me this morning. I'm on my way to my next meeting advocating for kids with disabilities. But this is my community. This is where I live. This is where I'm a landowner. And I want to point out a couple of things. When this was zoned, let's reiterate 1985. But it was also zoned for light commercial use, and it's also zoned to adhere to the multiple layers of our plans, which it must be consistent with our community. And when the applicant had a community meeting, they were supposed to invite everyone in the community. That did not happen. I only heard about the meeting that happened at my clubhouse, which is in a park across the street from my home, from another neighbor. So not everyone was invited to that community meeting. I happened to tell the rest of my neighbors that that meeting happened. I just wanted to highlight that issue. I have submitted an extensive amount of evidence and data, video, and pictures, as well as the plans that back up my opposition to what is being requested today, because they are also requesting that you negate what was recommended by one of your planners. As you can see, the school bus that stops there cannot stop on Fishhawk Boulevard because Fishhawk Boulevard is a rated F road. It is rated F because all of our roads, Fishhawk Boulevard and Lithia Pinecrest roads, those are 2 primary evacuation routes, are beyond capacity. The issue about this intersection, as I highlighted in my submission, that is our primary access to all of our emergency response vehicles. If you do not get past this one intersection, you cannot access the rest of our community. Now, what's missing from the applicant's review is the fire marshal and our fire department's review. In 2017, our planners from Hillsborough County highlighted increasing any traffic on this road is hindering our emergency services, which I also highlighted when that statement was made by our own planners. Right now, we've already had an issue with our emergency services getting to our community. There is no way we can add 800 to 900 trips, which is what the applicant is stating, to that intersection without detrimentally impacting the access to our emergency services. Now, I really want to highlight that we have 6 schools that rely on us.
Ms. Amato, could you speak just a little bit louder? We're having difficulty hearing you.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to highlight that we have 6 schools that rely on us to make proper planning, balanced decisions. Now, if there's a medical emergency at any of our schools, if there is an active shooter at any of our schools, we are hindering by increasing any traffic on that road, which is rated F, at any time, especially during peak time, their access to get to our children. And if we do not make the proper decisions based on the over 10,000 residents that live there, I'm hoping and I'm begging that we make proper planning decisions based on our plans, based on the evidence that has been submitted, that we can at least be adults and think about the 4,600 children in their schools that rely on us to make sure that we can get our sheriffs and our fire departments to them. And this is not an appropriate place for a car wash. And I hope you look at all the transportation information that I have submitted, including our own transportation plans. This applicant's request does not abide by any of that. And I really appreciate the commissioner's time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Catherine O'Donnelly, and you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. Good morning. Catherine O'Donnelly. I am representing several of the homeowners within the preserve at Fishhawk, specifically retired Major General Timothy McKeithen, Thomas Goyer, Melissa Walchak, Ryan Gardner, and Nicholas Camarada. I will quickly walk through some of their concerns and touch on some of the items that I addressed in a document submittal to the board. Put simply, the applicant wants to build a commercial general style project on a site that is not zoned commercial general. The subject site is part of a customized, tailored plan development approval, and it is linked to the commercial neighborhood zoning district. That zoning district does not allow for 70% impervious area, and it does not allow for 40 feet of height. The applicant is asking for those figures. The height and impervious area requested by applicant are totally incompatible with the intent of the long-standing plan development approval. And the project would probably fit well in a commercial general zoning category, and it seems the applicant may be aware of this. I have submitted information into the record that summarizes the sites that are currently in operation for Woody's, as well as the zoning district of those sites. There is one location in Hillsborough County that is also zoned plan development. However, that PD is linked to the commercial general district. Thus, there are no issues in terms of impervious area or height or similar matters. And I think if you look at that backup information, you will generally see a pattern in various jurisdictions of the applicant citing its car washes in more intense and flexible zoning categories where there are no issues with height, impervious area, et cetera. The subject site is also uniquely situated at the entry to the preserve, and the existing PD approval respects that orientation. And it only allowed for very small scale commercial development of about 3,500 square feet. My clients find a 6,500 square foot car wash to be far too much, far too intense, and not compatible or consistent with the idea of a site that transitions into this residential neighborhood that is quite literally surrounded by a preserve. The applicant is not allowed by right to have additional square footage on the site, and it's up to you, the board, to determine if this request for additional square footage and commercial general type of standards is appropriate and consistent, and also whether it's appropriate to this specific site at the entryway to the preserve. You've seen an outpouring of community concern, and rightfully so. My clients are very concerned about noise from blowers and music, as well as light pollution. They are, concerned about driving by something that's approaching double the size of anything ever anticipated for this site as they enter their community. And, share concerns of other neighbors about transportation impacts, emergency vehicle access, impacts to property values. Notably, the applicant has referred to some different concepts surrounding things like noise or, perhaps the look of the facade or other items that are not specifically listed in their proposed conditions and thus are really not a reflection of anything that the applicant would be tied to if this were approved. We appreciate your consideration in this matter and ask that you deny the applicant's request for this 6,500 square foot car wash. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker signed up is Thomas Goyer.
Good morning. I'm Tom Goyer. I live at 15202 Fishhawk Preserve Drive in Lithia. 6 years ago, my family moved to the Fishhawk Preserve neighborhood. We were drawn by the planning which had gone into Fishhawk Preserve and the surrounding area. We loved the tree line Osprey Ridge Drive leading to the entrance of the neighborhood. We were sold on the solitude and setting of Fishhawk Preserve. We were excited about the small single-story shops and restaurants next to the neighborhood entrance. It all fit perfectly as though it had been planned. We did a lot of research when we moved into the area, just to make sure that the area did not change as differently than we'd wanted it to be. We learned from the Hillsborough County website about the concept of planned development district and read that a PD district intended to ensure and promote land use compatible and harmony for land that is to be planned and developed as a whole in a single development operation. We're comforted to learn from the county website that the districts are used for customized purposes in cases where standard district regulations are inadequate to protect the surrounding properties. We studied the documents for our PD district and the adjacent retail development. This gave us comfort we were safe to build a home in the Fishhawk Preserve neighborhood. In discussions with our neighborhood since the announcement that the county commissioners have been asked to change the rules which protect our neighborhood, I have found that most of my neighbors had also researched the rules of the PD. The homeowners in Fishhawk counted on the benefits and protection of the special PD when they decided to collectively invest close to $200 million in 160 homes in our neighborhood. The proposed change to the PD does not protect the surrounding properties, as stated on the Hillsborough County website, is a goal of the PD. The proposed modification is not consistent with the surrounding pattern of development and is not consistent with the intent of the customized PD currently in place. The proposed project is towering in height and massive in size, which produces significant noise pollution, light pollution, and increased water runoff very close to our residential properties. It will look completely out of place to its unimaginable size and scale. To understand the 40-foot height, picture the front of a Home Depot, which is about that height. I'm struggling to understand how a company could be allowed to build a 40-foot tall building with an 83% larger footprint than is allowed under the carefully considered existing PD. In addition to the loud music of the machinery and blowers, the applicant has a video on YouTube boasting about the car washes with epic amount of funky fun, including beach music which will play from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and a coconut smell. This is not consistent with the area. Since the car wash has acquired the property, it has quickly fallen into disrepair. The windows of the existing building have been boarding up, the grounds are no longer maintained, and there is now trash and old couches on the lot, as they showed in their pictures. The bank that was there, even though it was vacant, had always maintained this property. And I fear if this is how Woody's treats our neighborhood before they build their building, why would they treat us any better in the future? Especially if this building falls short of the intended financial returns. Thanks.
Thank you. I actually have 4 more speakers. but there's only a minute and 8 seconds remaining. So I'll list the names. Melissa Walczak, Helene Sanford, Norris Walker, and Ronald Boehm.
And Madam Chair, we still have Matthew Barron as well.
And, oh, Matthew Barron. Okay. How did I miss Matthew Barron? Well, Matthew Barron was after Ms. Amato, so I'm going to ask Mr. Barron to speak. You have a minute, 8 seconds for the remaining speaking.
Hi, my name is Matt Barron. I live at 5608 Eagle Glen Place. I'm catty corner to the business, proposed business. My biggest issue is that with everything that's been laid out about the 1,100-foot noise radius that they think they have.
Mr. Barron?
My house is 1/10 of a mile or 528 feet from the business.
Mr. Barron, just a moment, please.
The biggest, obviously,
Clerk,
all the
can you
concerns
stop
that
the
have
clock,
already
please?
been raised are.
Mr. Barron?
Yes. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you can just turn your video off, we have confirmed you, but we need you to turn your video off.
Can you
so
hear me?
Can improve your audio. Mr. Barron, can you hear us?
Mr. Barron, you'll need to...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes.
you, but you need to turn your video off so that your signal
Hello?
is strong enough.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Barron?
Should I have my video on or not?
You leave
Off.
the video
Keep it
off and please proceed.
Okay. I live 1/10 of a mile from the proposed business, catty corner in Eagle Ridge. Obviously, all the noise concerns that have already come up, the impact on our property, et cetera. The traffic is one of the biggest things as well. That intersection is already a nightmare. A lot of times it takes 2 to 3 cycles to get through the light turning left onto Fishhawk Boulevard. So I think that's the key components that I want to on to. And I'll end at that point.
Thank you. There is literally 6 seconds of the 15 minutes allotted for opponent testimony. Ms. Lundgren, what would you recommend I do?
The code provides for 15 minutes for opponent testimony, so I believe we should close the testimony at this time.
Okay, it's very difficult to say anything in 6 seconds. But I did recognize those individuals that signed up to speak as opponents. And to be clear, those that haven't spoken, that did sign up, were Melissa Walczak, Helene Sanford, Norris Walker, and Ronald Boehm. Is that correct? It's based on my list?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of you being here. Next on it is the recommendations or amended recommendations from Development Services Department.
Our recommendation is for approval with conditions.
Okay. And with that, I have, the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, Todd Pressman again for the record, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. Madam Chair, this is not a question of if a car wash is coming. The question is, how do we make it the best for the area? And that's what clearly Woody's has done. It's sort of like better the use you know than the use you don't. We are going to meet the master stormwater design requirement. Both of your staff have looked at all the issues that have been discussed today and support it. In fact, the site was originally approved on the original zoning for 110,000 square feet. In regard to the access, I would like to go to the overhead for a moment, please. So there's concern raised from the shopping center next door, which is here. access point, shared access point here, and that's a cross-access easement that has been in existence for, I'm sure, a very long time. But the traffic circulation is that vehicles will enter the car wash here and exit here, so they will undoubtedly use the access point here and come around Osprey Ridge. So we would disagree about traffic impacts inflow into the commercial center. But again, that's a cross-access easement. A commercial use has always been approved here and always been allowable here for zoning, as you heard from your staff. We would suggest that this is a much better commercial use than others could go there that could impact the shopping center next door. And let me place emphasis that the element that's the loudest are the dryers. And part of what this minor mod lets us do is put all that machinery up above, surrounded in concrete. Additionally, they have dampers and sound dampers for those things. So this user and Woody's is going to all extremes, which quite frankly, for a car wash is not required at the site. And I know that's hard for a lot of people to accept, and I know it's hard for people to get their arms around as to what the entitlement is here. But I believe the Woody guys strongly, and I've worked with them, have over and over and over again put forward and made changes to a plan that is going to be best for the site for use that's permissible. So we would say in summary that, again, it's best to know the use that's going in and how it's going to work and not have any idea what's going to show up there one day. You have the entire team here to answer any questions that you like. And again, this is coming forward with a additional cost to the applicant of about $1 million after meeting and working with residents over the last many months. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Given this is a public hearing, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion. Okay, unfortunately, the queue is not telling me you're in the queue, but I will recognize you, Commissioner White.
Thank you very much. One of the speakers entered into the record that the property as zoned today respects the neighboring community with respect to the allowable square footage and impervious surface. I do believe that to be true, so I do not believe that the minor modification would be appropriate. And when we've talked about private property rights, particularly as we have wrestled with this private property rights element within our comp plan, I do think private property rights is a two-way street. I am very familiar with the restaurants in the neighboring plaza that have the outdoor seating. I do believe the car wash would be disruptive to that. They're long-established businesses within the community. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be able to support the request for the minor modification.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. It's a little bit tricky because of what has been approved here, and trying to get at what the conditions for this would, how they would or wouldn't address the community's concerns that have been raised. Let me ask a couple of questions of staff. So the only ask is for extra square feet, not for height here? They have the right to build that high?
Commissioner, they are asking for height, increase in height, and increase in impervious surface, and increased square footage for the structure itself.
Okay. And, you know, in my experience, promises and drawings are fine as far as they go, but that's not very far. If you don't have those promises in writing in the zoning conditions, you can't count on them. So I'm just going to go through some of the conditions. One that I think is very good is that the applicant has agreed to is that the trips will be reduced from the 1,667 a day that could be at this intersection if it were developed as a fast food restaurant, which it could be. And the trips have been reduced to, let me see, it's, well, almost half, 780, yeah, less than half, 780 trips per day there. And then they have a condition that says that they'll be permitted to use this as a car wash, but whether it's a car wash or any other use down the road would not be allowed if it generated peak hour trips that were more than the car wash. Would have to stay in it. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. The conditions would limit, while increasing the square footage, it would limit the use of that square footage to something that has equal or less trip generation.
Because, and that's really important, because even though this is for a Woody's Car Wash, and that really seems to be what it's going to be, you know, you never know after something is zoned what comes down the pike after it. If it's if the Woody's is built and fails, and something else or goes away and something else comes here, whatever else comes here would be limited to half the amount of trips that are allowed currently, if even if it develops as a fast food place, which is allowed today. So I'd like to know about the other promises, like the outer design. Is that just a drawing, or are there conditions that tie this to that design standards?
Commissioner, we do not have a condition that ties it to that design standard. If the board were looking for it to approve, just offering, then the rendering that Mr. Pressman had put up on the screen could be incorporated or would need to be incorporated in the approval to have the control of the design of the structure.
Because, I mean, I appreciate what the citizens are saying about their community character and what they, how they feel about their neighborhood and how this all should look and develop. And I went through a lot of the party of record and the images that were provided by Ms. Amato, kind of contrasting what a Woody's Car Wash typically looks like to, you know, what their community has generally there. And I get it that this is a louder looking surf beach thing that doesn't quite fit their character. So, you know, working with the community for some design standards would be important. What about the $50,000 toward pedestrian crossing?
That is not part of the conditions or the regulatory control on this application.
But it could be.
If that was something that the applicant were offering, he did put it on the record today, but heretofore has not been part of what they're requesting.
And certainly the, you know, the concern about how typical Woody's Car Washes within this franchise, you know, their style is a funky, fun beach surfing music, and I can see how that would work in Clearwater Beach community, but I can also see how the neighbors here would be like over that pretty darn quickly. And so, but it still, it seems like that might possibly be worked out. I'm going to listen to you know, I think the applicant has gone to some lengths to meet with the community. And I'm not sure if they, you know, if they worked a little more, if it would be worth the time, or if we'd still be back here wrestling with this. But I'm kind of leaning towards continuing this to work again with the community to see if there was a possibility of working out some of this stuff in ironclad conditions that would work, knowing that, you know, if it's not this Woody's Car Wash, this property is zoned for some major commercial. So I'm just going to leave it there and listen to the other commissioners, but, and I'll tell you, I'm wrestling with it, so I could go either way today. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. I have in the queue Commissioner Hagan, then Commissioner Kemp, Commissioner Cohen, and then Commissioner White. Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. To me, this is a prime example of be careful of what you ask for. I understand the neighborhood not wanting a car wash, but honestly, that's not material to our discussion or decision. A car wash is coming. We've seen 5 hideous examples of what can be built today, in addition to a 7-Eleven, Checkers, and Waffle House. It sounds to me like, I mean, the applicant didn't have to come in front of us. Let's start with that. They could build those products right now. It sounds to me like they would like to construct a more appealing product that is on a smaller footprint and is of higher quality. Staff has found it compatible and consistent. I really don't think working with the community is going to do any good on this one personally. So we'll see where it goes. But I'm going to move approval.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hagan. We have a second by Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I'm also sitting on the fence here looking at what were entitlements that were made, as has been said, and I have problems with that over and over again, but back in 1985, when, you know, this wasn't contemplated. I would like, I don't know if it was a staff slide or the applicant slide of those what we're being asked for, if they could put them back up, the square footage, the pervious surface, the height, again. Is that?
The applicant's slide, the applicant's moving up to the podium at this point.
They have it here. Commissioner Kemp says
there's another slide that has, I think it's after that.
There we go. That's it.
Okay. Increase the square footage from 2,900 to 6,500, but that will go up 5 feet height for architectural. 5 feet is what you're asking over what's allowed now. Increase in ISR from 60 to 70%. ISR is staff.
Is that a question, Commissioner?
Yes.
ISR is impervious surface ratio.
Okay. I wondered if that had to, okay. And 10-foot setback for, those are everything that's being requested here.
That is correct.
So there's only a 5-foot height difference from what's permitted now.
That is correct.
Okay. And twice the square footage, but that square footage, or almost more than twice the square footage, but you're saying that square footage increase will be on as a second or an above story?
That is correct. I'll also make you aware in that vein that we are about 1/2 of what the allowable FAR is on the site as well.
I see. And for the public, if you could so one half of these, when you say that, that is meaning one half of FAR. Can you just explain that so that everyone in Fishhawk understands that as well?
Want to speak to it?
Or maybe staff?
Our engineer will respond to that real quick, if Commissioner, short and sweet.
Commissioner, my name is Ryan Renardo, civil engineer with Foresight Group. When the FAR that would be typically allowed in the CN zoning district is a 0.2, and the FAR that would be proposed with 6,500 square feet on this site is roughly half of what would normally be allowed under the CN zoning district, is the point we were getting at.
Okay, so you could make a much bigger structure.
Yes, ma'am. On a traditional CN zoning, it could be
Commissioner,
even
let me
double.
clarify.
Yeah.
The answer
Yes,
to your
thank you.
question is no. There's the square footage allowed by the zoning right now is the 3,600 and change. That is what they could do now, regardless of the FAR that's provided by the comp plan category. That square footage is what they could do today. They're looking to do something larger than that, and that's why they're asking for the additional square foot. I believe that the reference to the FAR was informational, but that FAR is not controlling the development of the site as it's zoned today.
Okay, thank you. I just thought that was important to establish. I'm just going to, and Commissioner Smith, good points, I know, about the sketching or what you see or the crosswalk promise. I've heard abilities to, or offers before, but if they're not written in the conditions, I think that's a problem. I also am of a mixed mind because the community has come out very, very, very strongly against this. And it goes back to me to something that I've been saying for a while. I'm not sure how we fix it, but I think our, the sense of place or community and what I understand from the strip mall there with the outdoor dining, those are more neighborhood commercial uses where the car wash, even though it's included in the category, I don't like our categories, I'll just say, because we so often in this category, and I don't really understand, and I know we can't change back what's the past, but we can maybe be thinking about this for the future. Light industrials in this category all the time, I don't know why. And I see some uses like this, which I think probably are, might be better placed in a different place. But as they showed you historically, we can look at getting any of those pictures that were made are already allowed. They wouldn't have to be asking for us to do anything to build any of those. It wouldn't be coming back to the community for feedback or input that could just go forward with that. So I just am interested in hearing what other commissioners say, and I do think there could be things that would be more objectionable to the community that could be done apparently under the current condition or under the current permitting zoning that might not be as might be way more objectionable to the community. Just I'll leave it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Well, I think Commissioner Kemp just hit the nail on the head. I understand exactly what the community is saying. The message has been received loud and clear, but that bus, I think, has already left the station. And the opportunities that exist under the current zoning just allow things that would be much more intense and disruptive than I think that this is. So for that reason, I agree with Commissioner Hagan that we should move the item. And I think Commissioner Smith, though, to whatever degree we can lock these conditions down so that the neighborhood protections are actually written into the ordinance, I think we should definitely attempt to do that as we work through the motion. Thank you very much.
Next in the queue, I have Commissioner White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I purposely did not make a motion when I first spoke because it takes 4 votes on this board to do anything, and I wanted to hear how some of my colleagues feel. I agree with Commissioner Hagan and Commissioner Cohen in the sense that I don't want to see anything in any of those pictures of what could happen going to the Fishhawk community. I think the residents would be equally upset with that, and that wouldn't even require a rezoning. But I do agree with Commissioners Smith and Kemp that I think the elevation and architectural facade issue should be incorporated into the conditions. I think this issue of the $50,000 for pedestrian improvements should be incorporated into the conditions. I don't think we can do that today on the fly because I would like to know how the community would feel about it and what the conditions look like in the end. I'd like to see the noise issue explored further. I know that they've gone to great lengths to propose that the, I forget if they call them the dryers or the blowers, but they've gone to great lengths to show them on the north side of the building. Does that need to be memorialized in a condition as well, Mr. Gormley? The location of those noisy elements?
Yes, Commissioner, if there was desire to have a regulatory control over that, we would need to
Okay, so I'd like to see a regulatory control on that as well. With respect to the orientation, it doesn't sound like the applicant would have an issue with that. There's probably not anything that can be done about the cross-access issue. I suspect that I have colleagues that probably like the cross-access, but I'd still like to see that explored. And what I'd like to see done, and I'm about to make a motion, and if my motion passes, I'm going to insist that we see evidence of this at the next meeting. What I'd like to see is one more community meeting with the Fishhawk community. And I want to see evidence from the applicant, if my motion passes, that they've gone to the necessary lengths to advertise the meeting properly, to reach out to the proper folks, and to sit down with the community, but to address at a minimum those 4 things that I just mentioned. So my motion would be to continue this to the next land use meeting. Mr. Gormley, you probably need a time as well, a date and time.
Yes, that would be February 8th at 9 a.m.
February 8th at 9 a.m. and that the...
You need to come in March then?
Yep. Madam Chair, if I
Commissioner White, we do have a motion on the floor, so you're offering a substitute motion?
I think we need more than 30 days to be sure it's done right, that's all.
Okay, just a moment, and the applicant has something a constraint that he may need to make sure we're addressing.
I believe they're asking for a continuance to the March meeting to allow more time.
Oh, okay, then that's fine. What's the March date, Mr. Gormley?
March date will be, March 8th at 9 a.m.
Okay, so my motion will be to continue this to the March 8th meeting at 9 a.m. and to request that the applicant hold a community meeting and address at a minimum the 4 things that I just mentioned on the record.
Second.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion by Commissioner White and a second by Commissioner Kemp. I still have in the queue Commissioner Smith, Myers, and Kemp. Are we in need? Okay, go right ahead, please. Commissioner White Smith.
Yes, thank you. And this has been a great discussion, and I think we're landing in the right spot for this. Continuance of this kind of a PRS doesn't require a zoning hearing or anything else like that. It just would require one more talking with the community to listen to them about any ideas they have now that they've heard us and seen where we are, to see how everybody can work together to make this the best it can be. I will tell you, I am really happy about that, and I'd like the community to understand that condition that restricts trips to half of what might happen if this is denied and any other thing is built at that intersection. So I would ask everybody to consider the position we're in, the conditions that we have, and work together on the best conditions possible. I would also like to hear if the applicant can promise anything to address at least the volume and the reach of the funky, fun beach surfing music, or, you know, that whole ambiance is something I think the neighbors community is rightly concerned about, how that's going to impact the look and feel of their community. And Commissioner White, did you include the $50,000 commitment? Okay. Also, I know the applicant said something about they would be the first car wash to be recycling water, and given that they are asking for a 10% increase in impervious surface in a Fishhawk community that is so environmentally minded and concerned about everything, wetlands and water, if they're increasing their impervious surface, I'd love to see their promise of recycling water also memorialized in the condition. So I look forward to seeing what the applicant works out with the community on this. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner White, you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to make a recommendation that we continue this item because of the lack of community engagement, which is so important when we are working with a community. Even though this item has been approved by Planning and Zoning, but listening to the comments today from the community, it does warrant a little bit more discussion, plus hearing our comments as well. So I just wanted to share that with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. And Commissioner Kemp, you're in the queue.
And I'll just say, I was going to say approximately the same thing as Commissioner Smith, and I heard someone say that public comment that they were going to start playing the music at 7 a.m. I have no idea if that's true, but to absolutely memorialize that condition, because that might be an easy condition. You may not be able to control the sound of blowers, but you can certainly control that, and that adds to lowering the volume of noise. And I'll say that I've been reading recently about the sound, even in a city, the sound of traffic and how high the decibel level of just a regular street is. So that if we do, that's another thing to lower sound. If we do have half the trips, it actually affects the sound at that intersection and corner, and for people that are outdoors eating or at the little mall there.
Okay, thank you very much. We've heard a lot of suggestions, recommendations, and requirements for this continuance. And I do recognize that EPC does have, the Hillsborough County has noise ordinance. We just need to work with the applicant will need to work with the constituents to see if there's any modifications that would be required in this going forward, and whether that would stand. But with that, please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Sorry. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item E2, personal appearance 21-1277. I'll move to the overhead. The site is located on just south of the Pasco County line, has frontage on 301, and is generally located between Morris Bridge Road to the west, and it does have frontage on US 301. Commissioners, the plan development is approved for it consists of 1,948 acres. It has 972 units approved for it, 45,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial. It also includes equestrian and golf course facilities. The applicant is proposing internal changes to the site plan and also access changes, and also proposing to increase the height. Michelle Heinrich is going to walk you through the actual site plan changes itself, but I will tell you in advance of Michelle showing you the site plan that staff is recommending approval. We feel that on balance, the changes achieve a superior site plan than the previous or the existing PD proposal. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Which way do we go today? Let's see. Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I'm showing here on the Elmo the proposed site plan. So I will illustrate for you the changes compared to the approved site plan that are proposed. So under this application, there were previously 2 access points approved along US Highway 301, one to the north, one to the south. Under this modification, the applicants are proposing to decrease those to 1, which would result in only this access point to US Highway 301. Also, only 1 access point, which is in this general area, was approved along the north in the original PD rezoning. They are proposing to add 2 more, which would result in 3 access points along the north. And that is to line up with the project's extension into Pasco County. Thirdly, there is a public access and parking area that is currently approved on the original PD located in this general area. The applicants have asked for slight flexibility in the location of that, either slightly north or east, but still in the same general area, to be determined at the time of plating for the final phase. Also, the internal circulation that was approved under the original PD in 2007 is revised with a much more detailed internal circulation plan. Also, areas of the significant wildlife habitat are being relocated, and I will show you a quick graphic that the applicant provided and was reviewed by our natural resources team to show where those changes are occurring, which are shown in the orange areas right here as the relocated area. Also, the applicants are requesting that in addition to the city of Tampa being allowed to provide wastewater and water, that also Hillsborough County would be permitted to be that utility provider. And lastly, to increase the height of the residential and non-residential buildings from 35 to 49 feet. Staff has reviewed these proposals as well as related other agencies such as transportation, EPC, and natural resources, and we do not have any objections, and we recommend approval subject to proposed conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. We are setting aside 15 minutes for the applicant to do a presentation. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Leonard Johnson, 401 East Jackson Street here in Tampa with Buchanan Ingersoll on behalf of the applicant, Hickory Hills. Robert Thomas and his son Wayne are principals of Hickory Hills. They're here with me as well as our environmental consultant, Brian Skidmore. As you know from staff's presentation, this is a request for minor modification to zoning conditions approved back in 2008. This property is one of the few and perhaps only county-approved planned environmental communities with 1 unit per 2 acres. That remains unchanged, so there's no increase in density whatsoever. We have worked quite a bit with staff, and I would like to thank them for their substantial time and effort devoted to meetings, comments back and forth to get us here today. As noted by staff, virtually all of the proposed changes are internal to the site, and they specifically stated that it would not impact adjacent properties. Staff has recommended approval with the conditions noted in the report, and we are in agreement with those conditions and would ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. We have 15 minutes set aside for proponent testimony. I do not have anyone signed up for proponent or opponent. Is there anyone at Saunders that does need to speak?
No one's identifying themselves as wanting to speak.
Okay. So there's no one to speak for a proponent, and there's no one to speak for opponent. And I would like to hear from Development Services. You have 5 minutes.
Development Services has no further comments. As noted in our initial presentation, we're supportive of the request.
Okay, and I'm going to assume that I don't need to hear a rebuttal from the applicant at this point. So I'll close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have approval by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Cohen. Please take a roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your name. This machine is still flashing at
Sorry.
me. Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. First, I want to say that our Natural Resources Department, their review, their comments, and the required conditions deserves a extra shout out and an expression of gratitude for a job well done. And probably the applicant also deserves kudos for these natural resources conditions. I see one new one entered after all this the time that this has been going on, and that they'll need to provide an updated wildlife survey. But the previous conditions are really impressive about that protect all the endangered, threatened, and species of special concern, and requiring specific surveys and protections for specific species that were identified in the initial wildlife service survey. The Florida sandhill cranes, the southeastern American kestrel, Sherman's fox squirrel, all these are called out with specific protections, as well as gopher tortoises. And, you know, I'm kind of assuming that in the day this was approved, gopher tortoises were even allowed to be killed on site with the permitting. But this says that relocation will be the preferred method. And I'd just like to say, it also says on-site relocation. And you know, we've been wrestling with protecting gopher tortoises and keeping them on site. And so I'm very pleased to see conditions going to that length. Now, part of that is that this is a special PEC land use, but I think it's a good example of things we might consider moving forward. The questions that I have are about the water, because one thing this does is add water coming from Hillsborough County. It adds the possibility of water being provided by Hillsborough County. It previously said only the water would only be supplied by the city of Tampa. They are required to have public water and sewer, and previously it was saying it would be the cities. They would be within the city's area. This is not within the county's urban service area, so I don't understand how we'd be supplying water to this. And I just want to make sure that the county isn't required to pay for extension of water and sewer to this very large rezoning when other communities are still waiting for sewer, and some communities are waiting for water inside urban areas. let me see, this says, under PEC policy 47.4, so that's within this PEC category that was created for this development. It says, developments within the PEC land use plan category, and by the way, there's only one. This is the only one that was ever done in PEC, but developments within the PEC land use plan category, which utilize the 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres option instead of 1 per 5, shall be served by a central wastewater and potable water system, i.e. local government water and wastewater utility service area. And then it says, unless already available at the time development commences, the public facilities necessary to achieve concurrency for water and sewer shall be added to the capital improvements element of the appropriate local government in the next plan amendment cycle following approval of development and must be financially feasible. So, you know, I'm just concerned that this condition that's in the PEC is if we allow their change that says they can now do Tampa or Hillsborough water, well, the PEC condition says the public facilities necessary to achieve the concurrency shall be added to the capital improvements element of the appropriate local government in the next plan amendment cycle following approval of development and must be financially feasible. So if we approve this, does that mean that we, the Hillsborough County, shall add this infrastructure to our capital improvements plan in the next cycle? And that it must be financially feasible. So,
Commissioner, I believe what that's speaking to is the 5-year schedule of capital improvements that's in the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan. It differs from the CIP. That being said, projects in the capital improvement element can have a variety of funding sources. The cost and funding to extend lines to serve this project will be 100% the obligation of the developer and not an obligation of the county or any other governmental entity pursuant to this zoning.
where does it say that? I mean, I was looking for that. So how do we know that? And maybe that's a question for the.
Well, just say the county would not be paying for the extensions of lines, in this case, to serve a solely private development. If it would make the board feel more comfortable to have that explicit as a condition, say at the developer's expense, that would not substantively change the application because that is the case currently.
Great. I would like to amend the motion to add that as a condition that any line supplying county water would be at the applicant's or the owner's or expense, however you legally phrase that, and then I'll be happy to support the project.
And just one other point of clarification. I just wanted to address that this being in the rural service area and the extension of lines, not only is it required by the PEC category, it's recognized in One Water as one of the One Water element as one of the exceptions to extending lines to the rural service area. It specifically allows to serve a planned environmental community 1/2. So it's not only a requirement of the plan, but it is that requirement was recognized in the recently adopted One Water element.
Thank you. Just briefly, I mean, one of my concerns is somebody jumping the queue ahead of the many communities we have, University area, Palm River, that have been long waiting for county service of water and sewer. So if I could just make sure, because if I could just make sure that was memorialized in a condition, that would be my amendment that I offer. See where that goes.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Yes, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment or amend mine to do that. I'll just say, Commissioner Smith, I asked the same questions, not from up here, but when we had some extensive discussion about that prior when staff was briefing, and I wanted to find out. I was given that assurance that you just asked for, but it's good to have it in the condition as well. And the other that Mr. Gormley had said to me, because this is in the rural service area, and I just quickly didn't see, I could see where it could be extended from Tampa easily, but not from Hillsborough County as easily. And I had asked about, because it would go through rural areas, the pipe itself. And the other assurance is as well that the pipe is of a diameter that is considered for only that community, and no one else is allowed to hook up to that pipe in the rural service area. And this was all, codified back in 2007. So, I just wanted to add that into this, but I'm happy to have the the language stated out. And I don't know who seconded, but they might want to.
I did, and that's fine.
Okay. So I have a motion by Commissioner Kemp and a second by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Myers, you're in the queue. Recognized.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question to Commissioner Smith. You were saying to add the fee now as a part of your motion. I thought that's what I heard you said. I want to clarify.
No, it is established in other places that the applicant pays for the extension of lines for this kind of a development in the rural service area. I just want to make sure that's in the conditions so the other taxpayers aren't paying. And thank you, Commissioner Kemp, for that excellent point about the diameter of the pipe not, providing impetus for more sprawl. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue at the moment. I did have a question, and I did want to appreciate that this provision for water and sewer actually protects that part of our Hillsborough County is an amazing water source for Hillsborough County. It's at the top of our water sources. So making sure that septic is not an option there in order to preserve any water sources and the environment in that area is a very environmental thing to do. So I'm pleased to see that is the case. And with that, I will ask the clerk to do a roll call vote.
Chair Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item F3. This is a minor modification in personal appearance.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, do we now have a main motion to vote on, or?
That was the motion.
Yeah, she accepted it as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Made it easier for us.
Okay, are we all good? We're all good. Okay, great. Make sure the clerk's good? We're good? Okay, Mr. Moreta.
Thank you,
We're having a little
Commissioners.
bit
This
of
brings us
technical
to item
difficulties
E3.
on the floor, so.
A minor modification to a plan development, personal appearance 22-0018. Shifting to the graphic on the overhead, this project has frontage on Hanley Road. It's near 12 Oaks Boulevard. It's on the west side of Hanley. It also has frontage on Palmyra Point Circle. Commissioners, this is a very straightforward request dealing with a placement of an accessory structure. The applicant is asking for a reduction in the northwest area of the site on the western property boundary in this area. As indicated on the overhead, you're asking for a reduction to 7 feet on the western side of the property for the placement of an accessory structure. Staff has reviewed it. We are recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. As a public hearing, I want to make sure that everyone that may be speaking has been sworn in. And the applicant is invited to come speak, and you have 15 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Chris McNeil, McNeil Engineering, 15957 North Florida Avenue. On behalf of the applicant, I have been sworn in. As Mr. Moreta mentioned, it's a very straightforward request. This is really a revision to a condition that is listed as item number 5 to change it from 9 feet 9 inches to 7 feet. Without getting into a lot of detail of how we got here, the site plan that's presented with this case and before are largely the same, with 2 minor clarifications on it. And if I can share my screen, I'll show you those now. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The original site plan here that was recently approved was for this accessory structure, was already approved, 408 feet in this location. The clarifications that have been added are to reduce from 10 to 7, and this dimension here of 7 feet. The overlay between those two, you can see here, buildings in the exact same place. No change has been made from there. Really just these 2 clarifications and to clarify that condition. And with that, I'd like to close. And if you have any questions for me, I'm available.
Thank you very much. I do not have any proponents or opponents signed up to speak. Is there anyone there? Any proponents?
No, ma'am.
Seeing none, are there any opponents?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. We have any amended recommendations from Development Services?
No, ma'am.
Excellent. With that, I assume the applicant will waive the rebuttal and close the hearing and open it up for board discussion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, a second by Commissioners Smith and Kemp. Please take a roll call vote.
Chair Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item E4. This is another modification, a minor modification, personal appearance 22-0149. The site, and I'll move to the overhead, is located Memorial Highway in Montague. To the south of the site is Hillsborough Avenue. This is a very straightforward request. I'll move over to the site plan itself. There's currently an existing access point approved for here. The applicant is asking to remove that access point and move it to the southeast portion of the site on Montague. Our transportation staff has reviewed it. We are recommending approval with conditions available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The applicant available to do a presentation. You have 15 minutes.
I believe we have Carly and Rick on the line.
Okay, and they've both been sworn in?
Carly and Rick, can you hear us?
Yes, I have been sworn in. Rick has too.
Excellent, thank you. You have 15 minutes between the two of you.
Okay. This is Rick Cavallari with Invictus Development. This is a fairly simple request in that we have a 30-unit affordable housing development, 15 of which are developmentally disabled.
Sir, do you need to get a little closer to your mic or turn your volume up just a little bit, please?
Sorry. I'm in an airport. But this is a 30-unit affordable development, 15 of which are developmentally disabled. They will be handled by the McDonald Training Center, who will handle the transportation for those individuals. We want to have a modification changing our entrance location because there's a TUCO substation on that side of the building where our original entrance was, with a large number of power lines both overhead.
Mr. Cavallari, your signal is wavering, so your volume is as well. You might want to close your video and see if that helps with your signal, because we could just barely hear you.
Okay.
That's much better. Please proceed, sir.
Better? Okay.
Yes.
I was just saying, I don't know if, did you hear about the affordable housing portion of this, that this is 30-unit affordable housing development, 15 of which are developmentally disabled. We're just asking for a modification of our entrance. The site plan itself will not change, in that there were a number of TIFO power lines, et cetera, because we have a substation on the original side of the entrance, which would financially be not feasible for this development to move them. So we wanted to ask the commission to approve moving the easement to the entrance to the Montague side of the site. But otherwise there would be no substantial change to anything on the development. And we are developing this for a nonprofit. So we're just a turnkey developer on this, and they will have 100% ownership. That's all I have.
Thank you. Carly?
Yeah, I was really just here in case his plane took off early, so.
Okay, well, you still have 12 minutes and 52 seconds. So if you have any other testimony you'd like to offer, you may proceed. Otherwise, we can take any proponent testimony that's available. Is there any proponents? Any opponents available? Seeing none.
That is correct.
None in the hearing room.
All right, seeing no opponent testimonies, we'll have a report from Development Services if needed.
We're recommending approval.
Recommending approval. Thank you very much. And with that, assuming I don't have a rebuttal from the applicant, we'll close the public hearing and open it for board discussion.
Move approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call. Seeing no other comments?
Chair Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent, thank you. We proceed to E5. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, Commissioners. Excuse me. This brings us to item E5, personal appearance 22-0154. This is a minor modification again. It's located generally in Ruskin. The site is indicated here in red. It is west of 75. It is south of College Avenue. Moving to the next graphic, Commissioners, the site is on 12th Street Southeast, and also it's just south of 16th Avenue. It's on the east side of 12th Street Southeast. The originally approved plan had individual access for lots planned along 12th Street Southeast, 12th Street Southeast. Commissioners, 12th Street Southeast has utilities which are underneath the street, and also the subdivision to the west has lots which are oriented with their backs turned to the local road, which is 12th Street Southeast. So to minimize disruption with the utilities in the area, what the applicant is proposing is to do an internal design with access onto 12th Street Southeast. The lots will be oriented internal to the site as opposed to having individual curb cuts along the local road. Staff found it to be consistent and compatible with the development pattern in the area, as the lots across the street and even to the south on the west side also have their rear lots, or the rear area of their lot turned towards 12th East Southeast. Because of those reasons, staff is recommending approval, and we are available if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is time for the applicant's presentation. Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Commissioners. Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson. I don't have a separate presentation. This is a pretty straightforward request Due to the utility conflicts, we are asking for a reorientation of the lots. We're not asking for anything additional this morning. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent, thank you very much. With that, I have opened it up for proponent testimony. I do not have anyone signed up. Is there anyone there?
No one in the audience.
All right, any opponent testimony, and is anyone there?
No one in the audience.
Excellent. Do we have any amendment recommendations from Development Services?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Assuming there's no rebuttal necessary by the applicant, I'll close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion.
Move approval.
Move approval.
All right, I have an approval by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Hagan. Please take a roll call vote.
Chair Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Close all the public hearings and move to section EF, which is our regular agenda. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you. This brings us to item F1. This is a major modification to a plan development. Commissioners, this case was remanded back to the ZHM. This case is located south of 674, east of 301, more specifically located along Lagoon Shore Boulevard. This is a plan development. The applicant is proposing to develop a water feature on the site, and I'm going to let Israel Monsanto of our staff walk you through the site plan and also walk you through some of the changes that have occurred between the first hearing before you, the remand, and now. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, but I'll let Israel walk you through the site plan and the compare and contrast where we've been on this. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Israel Monsanto, Development Services. In front of your screen, Commissioners, you have the currently approved general PD plan to the left and the proposed general plan to the right. The PD modification area is approximately 46.5 acres in size. The subject PD 05210 is 192 acres overall. The South Shore Bay community in total is about 679 acres and is comprised of two separate plan developments approvals, the subject PD, which is 05210, and then PD 0110, which is located to the west and south of the subject PD. The Crystal Lagoon tract itself, which is parcel F, proposed parcel F, is about 20 acres in size and represents about 2.8% of the overall master plan, with the Crystal Lagoon itself representing about 0.7% of the whole site, with up to 20,000 square feet of enclosed space. The South Shore Bay community has 630 built homes today, according to the applicant, and the total approved number of units, including both PD, is 3,761. The applicant has responded to the comments provided by commissioners in the hearing on October. We have amended proposed conditions to further address and clarify some of the comments discussed at that board meeting, and also by area residents. The applicant proposes to restrict certain accessory recreational uses. Condition number 1 has been amended, and that's to ensure that the site will not incorporate intensive uses commonly associated with the general indoor-outdoor uses in the Land Development Code. Additionally, the applicant also proposes a security guard to be present at the community's entrance gate during operating hours to monitor the lagoon site sketch, and non-residents to restrict their access based on parking availability and increase community safety. The requirement to keep a visitor's log with vehicle information is also being proposed now as a condition. Those vehicles will have to display a tag so that staff can identify who's being using the Crystal Lagoon site. The requirement to keep visitor logs with vehicle information is being proposed as a condition. Additionally, this log will be required to be available upon request by Hillsborough County staff. All other conditions proposed remain in place, including the hours of operation and also the maximum parking of number provided. Transportation staff has reviewed the narrative and the remand discussions and has updated the report for clarification purposes. Transportation staff does not object to the amendment conditions, and no new conditions are being proposed for transportation. Any further change to add uses other than the proposed indoor-outdoor recreational use and its ancillary uses will require a major modification to the PD, which means that the case will have to come back to the zoning hearing, master hearing, and also will have to go back to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval. And we are available if you have any more questions.
Thank you, sir. This is open to the oral arguments, limited to party of record, and the applicant oral argument period set aside for 10 minutes. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good morning again, Commissioners. This is Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, and I do have a PowerPoint. If you just bear with me for a moment.
Sure.
This is the South Shore Bay community. Next slide, please. As staff indicated, there was a remand. There were a number of issues that you wanted us to address. Next slide. And just to orient you, I think there were a lot of questions last time about the size of the community and where this was located and how it all came together. As Israel indicated, it's 2 interconnected zoning approvals. There's a total of 2,924 approved units and 679.9 acres. There's over 1,000 platted lots. We do have 630 homes constructed or under construction. And you can see that the lagoon amenity is centrally located within the community, and it is a very small portion of the overall master plan community. This lagoon amenity was developed as an alternative to golf courses, which have become obsolete over time. And the semi-public status that we are seeking today helps ensure the long-term viability of the lagoon amenity. Next slide, please. Again, this shows the approved plan, and this is the modification. And I want to point out that the roadway that is serving the development is indicated on both plans as a collector road. Next slide. Again, this shows you the orientation. This is a snippet of that larger master plan, so you could see it in context of this PD modification. You can see where it's located. So in isolation, it looks like a very large part of the residential community, but in reality, it's a very small portion. Next slide. We are seeking approval for a semi-public access to this amenity. It's already approved. The ancillary uses as far as approved and permitted and constructed, just not open for the public at this time. This is what we're seeking today. The ancillary uses include volleyball, outdoor cabanas, pools, kayaking, paddleboard, and the 20,000 square feet of enclosed space. As Israel indicated, we are proposing conditions to limit the public access, including access being controlled at the entry gate and the hours of operation, and then parking as required by staff, which was 246 guest parking, 40 employee, 220 golf cart spaces, and 70 bicycle spaces. As part of this request, we're also reducing the number of units by 100 dwelling units. Next slide. And this is an actual photograph of the lagoon amenity. As I indicated, it's approved and constructed. This is what it looks like. Next slide. This is a close-up of the outdoor amenity areas. Next slide. And this is the volleyball courts adjacent to the lagoon. Next slide. Again, we modified and revised condition 1.2 to refine and put in writing the specific conditions that the applicant will have to adhere to ensure safety and security. Next slide. Again, we did the parking based on a specific site study based on the Epperson Crystal Lagoon in Pasco County. And lagoon reservations will be required and limited based on the available parking that is in the conditions. We have already installed no parking signs. Next slide. As you can see, those are in slide. Next slide. Again, another sign. Next slide. At issue here is the commercial locational criteria. The Planning Commission has found we don't meet it because we are not on a collector roadway that's designated on a plan. As you can see, the definition of a collector road in the comprehensive plan talks about roads that collect and distribute traffic between local roads and arterial roads. And you'll see a snippet from an email where Mike Williams, your county engineer, has indicated that it functions as a collector roadway. And at this time, I'd like to ask Steve Henry to come up and elaborate on that a little further.
Good morning. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Get this. As Ms. Corbett had indicated, policy 22.2 in the comp plan has a locational criteria, and that criteria indicates that the Planning Commission looks at it when it is on the adopted cost affordable plan. There's a fallacy in that plan, and this is actually the cost affordable plan that's before you today. Then the flaw in the policy is it does not take into consideration, the Planning Commission, or when they develop the cost affordable plan, they don't take into consideration developer roads. They only look at those federally funded roadways or potentially developer roadways that are under a development agreement. And to give you an example of some of the fallacies in that, you take K-Bar Parkway up in New Tampa. That's a roadway that's being built by a developer. It's a major east-west road in that area. It is not on the cost affordable plan. Another one in this area is Gate Dancer Simmons Loop Extension. Again, a major north-south roadway that will be built by a developer, but not on the cost affordable plan. This one shows the Lagoon Shores Boulevard and its orientation. And again, this is the map that shows Lagoon Shore Boulevard. It is required under the PD to be constructed from 674 down to Bishop Road. In addition to that, there is the road east-west road that is also a collector roadway that connects it to US 301. And this gives you some pictures of the road to demonstrate that it is a collector roadway. It has no homes fronting on it. As indicated, the county engineer has agreed it functions as a collector roadway. These are just some pictures to show you what that road looks like. So from our standpoint, although technically it doesn't meet the policy, it meets the intent, which is it is a functioning collector roadway. So that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions. Thank you.
If we could go back to the PowerPoint. I'll show you an additional image of the lagoon as constructed along that collector roadway. Next slide. There you go. You can see the roadway is a very wide divided roadway, and the homes are located at a distance from it. Next slide. As we previously indicated, we disagree that this should be subject to locational criteria. The purpose of the objective is to avoid strict commercial for neighborhood commercial uses, which are retail, office, and development, warehousing, retail, office uses, and major commercial uses. Next slide. There are separate definitions in the comprehensive plan for outdoor recreation activities, which this development services staff and the developer agreed that this is more akin to. So we don't view this as a commercial activity that was intended to be governed by the commercial locational criteria. Next slide. Even if it is subject to commercial locational criteria, we believe a waiver is justified. As Mr. Hendry just testified, it is a collector roadway. The uses are located within the larger master plan community, and they're centrally located. We are providing parking for golf carts and bicycles to decrease the need for motor vehicle trips. And the zoning conditions address parking, safety, and security resulting from the semi-public use. We are low intensity, and the approval of a semi-public use will not result in a residential development pattern with multiple access points on collector arterials or result in scattered unplanned commercial development, which was the intent of the commercial locational criteria. Next slide. Again, we addressed remand issues that were addressed with safety, security, and operations with access controls and parking. We have a reduction in the approved residential uses, so no net traffic impacts. The collector status of the roadway has been confirmed. The scale and the size of the lagoon are centrally located with low intensity. The subject site is not commercial, but even if it is, a waiver is justified. And again, this helps ensure the long-term viability of the lagoon amenity. Next slide. Also, there was a question about the status of the roadways. South Shore Bay is located within the community development district, And a CDD is a unit of local unit of special purpose government. And therefore, the boulevard is owned by the CDD, and all CDD-owned roads must remain accessible to the general public. The gates are there, and they do provide an additional level of security, and they provide an opportunity for us to track those entering and traveling through the community. Next slide. There was a question also about whether the public was aware that this would be, or the residents of the community were aware that this could be public. Every resident in the community took title to their lot with these deed restrictions that specifically indicate that the club could be made public at any time, at point in time, by the club owner. Next slide. And lastly, I'd like to introduce into the record this letter. This was also entered at the ZHM. This is a letter from Pasco County Commissioner Ronald Oakley, who is the district commissioner where the Epperson Lagoon is located. And he indicates in his letter that over the period of 3 years, they have not had any complaints about parking from any of the residents, and they haven't had any problems with the presence of a lagoon open to the public within the Epperson Master Plan community. And we have also had the opportunity to take the time to speak with the people that did speak in opposition, and we believe that we have addressed their concerns. And we also have more than 14 letters of verified South Shore Bay residents, letters of support in the record. And with that, we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. You have 5 seconds left, but I'll assume that's going to be used. Do you have? I don't have any proponents listed today in attendance today, but we have 10 minutes set aside for proponents. Do we have any proponents?
No, ma'am. None are raising their hand.
Any opponents?
No
Seeing
one's raising their
none.
hand.
So I'll ask the applicant for any rebuttal, given that there's been no proponents or opponents, and open it up for board discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, Planning Commission staff to provide a report.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 and residential 6 future land use categories. The site is located in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Waimama Village Community Plan. So as not to reiterate what is already part of the previous record for this application, I will provide testimony specifically addressing the remand issues. At the regularly scheduled land use meeting on October 12th of 2021, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners remanded this application, specifically requesting further clarification from the Planning Commission regarding the finding. Planning Commission staff's inconsistency finding was based on several factors. The first factor being that the site does not meet commercial locational criteria as deemed under Objective 22 of the future land use element and its accompanying policies. Though it was concluded that Lagoon Shore Boulevard operates as a collector roadway by the county engineer, commercial locational criteria is not based on the functional classification of a roadway, whether or not it's a collector or an arterial, rather it's determined by the number of lanes on a roadway. In addition, the roadway must be shown on the 2040 cost affordable long-range transportation map. In this instance, Lagoon Shore Boulevard is not listed on this map and therefore does not meet commercial locational criteria. It should also be noted that both the residential 4 and residential 6 future land use categories include the following adopted language. Non-residential uses shall meet locational criteria for specific land use. As such, meeting commercial locational criteria is required in these future land use categories. Additionally, the Planning Commission staff finding was based on the incompatibility of the proposed uses with the surrounding area. Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed use would be too intense and not be complementary to the surrounding land use pattern based on Objective 16 of the future land use element and its accompanying policies, and those policies address neighborhood protection. There has not been a significant change to the request with this remand that helps to alleviate Planning Commission staff's concerns regarding the compatibility of the proposed uses in the proposed location. Therefore, this remand does not result in a change to the Planning Commission staff's finding of inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. With that, I am here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a report from the zoning hearing master. Summary.
During the remand hearing on the application, the zoning hearing master considered the modification to PD 05210, which is currently approved for a maximum of 940 dwelling units, including single-family, townhomes, multifamily, and resort dwelling units. The PD is also approved for recreational areas, lakes, and stormwater ponds. The modification request proposes to modify 56.87 acres of the PD, which will serve to reduce the maximum number of dwelling units by 100 units and develop a lagoon as a recreational water amenity for both residents and guests. The application was remanded by the board on October 12th to provide the applicant with an opportunity to respond to commissioner comments. And on remand, the applicant submitted a revised narrative to clarify and limit the lagoon recreational amenity and offered proposed zoning conditions, which have been described today. As you've heard, the Planning Commission staff has continued to find that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master found that, excuse me, the modification for the lagoon with the proposed operational safeguards in place via conditions of zoning, such as the monitoring of the number of patrons and vehicles, is consistent with both the LDC and the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master found that the lagoon will not promote other commercial development as it is integrated in the plan development with sufficient restrictions that will ensure compatibility. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended approval of the major modification to PD 05210.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll open it up for board discussion and consider a motion.
Move the item.
I have a motion by Commissioner Myers. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Cohen. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Any discussion? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, nothing's really working up here.
Sorry, I have a question. And maybe this is for the applicant. It's a gated community. And so I'm just wondering, how is the public going to come and go freely to a public pool, essentially lagoon area, through a gated community?
Is that directed at me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Cami Corbett again. So the tickets to the lagoon are sold via the website. And also, in some rare instances, if there's capacity, sometimes can be sold at the gate, but they are stopped at a gate at the front of the community. And again, we are required by the conditions of approval to log their license plate number, and they're required to have a tag that identifies them as being a guest, a member of the public within the community, and they are only allowed to access the lagoon area. And those are all specific conditions of approval that are enforceable that are reviewable and enforceable by Hillsborough County.
So, thank you, and if I might just follow up. So somebody comes in, gets a ticket to the lagoon, and there's local security paid for by the homeowners association or something that will be patrolling the neighborhoods to make sure people aren't wandering off, or,
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a requirement that we monitor it through security.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments by any other commissioners? Because I'm not able to see them in the queue. Seeing none, I'll call for a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morita.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to F2 on the agenda. This is a rezoning for plan development number 21072. This particular case, which is located on the southwest corner of Scully Road and Hart Pond Road was remanded back to the zoning hearing master and now has made its way back to this board. The site is located south of Fowler and Harney Road on the overhead, outlined in red. It's west of 79 and north of Joe Ebert Road. More specifically, the site has access to Scully Road, and the site plan is shown as follows. Commissioners, the proposal in this particular school is for 1,456 students in a private school, and it's proposing K through 12. Generally, what's happened since you've seen this in the last configuration is there are conditions now which include a distribution of enrollment for K through 5 and 6 through 12. It also has related conditions dealing with staggered bell times to alleviate traffic issues. And generally speaking, with the transportation improvements, there are turn lane improvements to 579 Scully Road. And there's also a requirement for signalization when it meets warrants, and the signal must be provided before any COs are issued to the school. So staff is recommending approval with those conditions, and that's generally the path that this particular application has taken since you've seen it last. We are available for questions if you have any. Again, staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The applicant has an opportunity to offer oral arguments. There's 10 minutes set aside. Is the applicant present?
I am, Madam Chair. Thank you. For the record, I'm Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mary Highway, Tampa 33618, representing IPS Enterprises and Ideas Schools, the applicants of this rezoning matter. With me today is Mr. Mike Razor, Razor Consulting. He will be following my comments, addressing transportation issues. I will try to be very brief. We also have support testimony both virtually and in person. This application, board members, again comes before you with unanimous recommendations for approval from Development Services, which Mr. Moretta just outlined, additional enhanced conditions that are quite restrictive. Also recommendations from Planning Commission regarding consistency with all plan policies, as well as Zoning Hearing Master, who once again affirmed that this is an appropriate request and all conditions and requests have been identified, met, and committed to. No objections from any review agencies, including both Transportation and EPC, have been received, noted in the record, including all other review agencies for that matter. I encourage all of you to read, so I don't take the time to do so, the Zoning Hearing Master findings of facts, summary conclusions of law that appear on pages 17 and 18 of the Zoning Hearing Master recommendation. This is a 15-acre site, Commissioners. I think you know the location. I placed a site plan on the overhead. We are rezoning from AS1 and AR to PD. I might add that we offered an extensive, amended, updated transportation study per staff requirements. I would note for the record that while we are not obligated to commit to busing, and the county does not believe that's an enforceable provision, this school, as all IDEA schools, will have busing, and that busing will start from day one. This will certainly reduce the impacts to the surrounding roadways. However, we have not committed to a condition because we can't commit to that condition. I'm just advising you that this is a worst case scenario for the analysis that was prepared. We also exceed or meet all minimum setback buffer screening requirements of the LDC. As Joe mentioned, we are offering significant improvements, over a mile of a sidewalk, all the way extending to Mango Road to the east, which is over 5,600 feet. Restricted access driveways to Scully Road, including turning lane improvements. An agreement to use two separate arrival and dismissal periods, K through 5 and 6 through 12, after we reach 50% capacity, which will most likely be at the end of the second school year. We've also agreed, Commissioners, to utilize two specific AM/PM bell times with a minimum of a 30-minute separation and a minimum of 30-minute separations between the Notasassa Elementary School, which is to the northeast. We have a left turn lane signalized improvements that we have committed to at Skew Lee and Mango Road. We have asked for no waivers. We have asked for no variations. This comes to you again with unanimous recommendations for approval. I'm going to turn this presentation over now to Mr. Razor to address transportation issues. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Michael Razor with Razor Transportation Consulting, 19046 Bruce B. Downs Boulevard, number 308, Tampa 33647. I have been sworn. I'm a registered professional engineer with a specialty in traffic engineering with 24 years of experience. I performed the traffic study for this project, which considered a 1,456 student charter school with 2 access connections to Skew Lee Road. The traffic study was updated subsequent to the prior BCC remand, at which time the study area was expanded to also include the intersections of Skew Lee Road and Harney Road to the west, and intersection of Skew Lee Road and Mango Road to the east, where these locations are in addition to the prior study area, including the site access connections and adjacent segment of Skew Lee. The updated version of the traffic study reflects no busing to provide for a worst-case traffic analysis where busing was reflected in the prior study and is customary for IDEA schools and required by the school's charter. As mentioned, the school site is supposed to have 2 connections to Skew Lee Road. The western connection will provide full access, all turn-in movements, except during student drop-off and pickup times, where at that time, this connection will be restricted to entering traffic only, where entering left turns and entering right turns will each have their own receiving lane internal to the site, with a minimum of 2 queuing lanes maintained at all locations to the student loading zones. The eastern site access connection will provide for right-out movements during all time periods. The results of the traffic study identified that for the worst-case time periods associated with student drop-off and pickup, acceptable traffic operating conditions can be anticipated within the study area, with improvements identified for the western site access connection to Skew Lee Road and for the intersection of Skew Lee Road and Mango, along with the identification of the need for staggered start and dismissal times offset by 30 minutes, in addition to those bell times being offset by the nearby Thanatasasa Elementary School as well. The multiple start and dismissal times will result in spreading out traffic flows over time and thus minimizing traffic impacts. The traffic study identified that both left and right turn lanes are required on Skew Lee Road at the western site access connection, with dual receiving lanes internal to the site. For the intersection of Skew Lee Road and Mango Road, improvements to maintain acceptable traffic operating conditions were identified to consist of the implementation of an eastbound to southbound right turn lane and the implementation of a northbound to westbound left turn lane and signalization. Each of these referenced physical improvements are reflected in the conditions of approval, as are the requirements for the staggered times. Further, in the event that actual traffic operating conditions do exhibit deficiencies with these improvements, monitoring conditions are included to address that situation. The site meets the county queuing requirements, as the proposed enrollment requires 8,918 feet of queue storage, with 8,980 feet being provided. This petition is also accompanied by a design exception in regard to substandard roadway conditions, as Skew Lee Road was found to be substandard in comparison to the county's TS7 typical section. Specifically, Skew Lee Road has 11-foot travel lanes as compared to the 12-foot standard. Skew Lee Road has 4-foot paved shoulders plus an additional unpaved width, resulting in at least 6 foot of shoulder, as compared to a standard of 5-foot paved shoulders pursuant to TS7. There is also a sidewalk only on one side of the road at the current time, as compared to both sides for TS7. So I would like to show a photo of the Skew Lee Road as shown at the ZHM hearing. And as you can see, the road is not a narrow substandard road by typical considerations. It is only substandard in specific regard to the county's TS7 typical section. It is noted that the lane width and shoulder departures from the TS7 referenced in the staff report as substandard conditions do not reflect safety or operational issues, as both FDOT and national design standards support the current roadway characteristic for Skew Lee Road. These exhibits were also entered at the zoning hearing master. Here's an excerpt from the AASHTO policy on geometric design of highways and streets. Here's FDOT design criteria. Both of these indicate 11-foot lanes would be the design standard for this type of road with its volume and traffic speeds. So in regard to the substandard issue, the applicant has agreed to and been conditioned with the construction of a sidewalk on the south side of Scully Road continuously from Harney Road to Mango Road, which is a total of just over 1 mile, 1.06 miles to be exact. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any transportation questions. Thank you.
For the record, Gregory Roth with Bowler Engineering, 3820 North Dale Boulevard, and I have been sworn in. The licensed civil engineer for the project. Also rendered at the land use hearing officer meeting just to touch base on stormwater drainage. The on-site stormwater is designed to comply with all county and water management district requirements. The discharge point for the project is south away from Scully, and the off-site improvements are required and will meet all county and water management district requirements and will have no adverse impacts to off-site design. That.
Madam Chair, that completes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Okay, the oral arguments by proponent and opponent parties of record is where we are at the moment. We have, I believe, one proponent registered at the moment of record.
Yes, we have, I believe, an Autumn Petty who has signed up. And before she comes, or when she comes up, I'd like her to confirm that she's the same Autumn who is listed on our party of record list. We have an Autumn Holt listed as a qualified party of record, but not Autumn Petty. So I believe it might be the same person.
Okay, and this person is attending virtually, so they'll need to come onto the screen, I assume, and verify that information.
Autumn, can you hear us?
I can.
Excellent.
Okay.
Can you verify that you are Autumn Holt? Is that what you indicated?
Yes, my name is Autumn Holt. My granddaughter and daughter has the last name Petty. And my granddaughter is the one that attends the IDEA school.
Excellent, thank you. You're listed as a proponent, and you will have an opportunity to offer your proponent testimony. You have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name.
Excuse me. Ms. Autumn, I apologize. It looks like you're having some bandwidth issues. If you can take your video down and just only share your audio, that may help.
Ms. Autumn Holt. I have been sworn in.
You may proceed.
Is that better? Okay,
Yes.
I currently reside 222 Windwood Oaks Drive, 101, Tampa, Florida, 33613. I am currently supporting my granddaughter, Haley, who attends the Tampa IDEA Public School. She is a great scholar who has been graciously receiving many achievements, recognitions, and also I'm here because of the communication that IDEA has provided to the parents, including myself. And I am very proud because I do have I've had the same opportunity attending the same type of school in the state of Ohio, giving us a college prep, focusing on the academic structure as well as giving a future opportunity to attend college. My granddaughter is looking at that at this time, and I am very happy to hear the things that they are teaching her, how she is able to repeat everything that is communicated as far as the academics is provided through the school communication as well.
Is that
and I do thank you for this time.
Thank you very much for attending. I appreciate that. You have a few more minutes, but if that is all, I do not have any opponents listed to speak today. Is that true?
Madam Chair, we have 2 more speakers, please, or supporters who are here.
Okay. Ms. Lundgren, can you verify their ability to speak?
Yes, upon the identification of those persons, I will verify if they are qualified.
Excellent.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Julian Robinson, Executive Director for IDEA Tampa Bay, 11612 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33612.
Yes, you have been verified, and have you been sworn in, ma'am?
Yes, I was.
Excellent. You may proceed.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. 3 years ago, as a parent, Tampa resident, and lifelong educator, I was excited to learn that IDEA Public Schools, a nonprofit organization with a long-standing history of scholar success, was approved here in Florida as a School of Hope operator. Following the School of Hope state statute, we are charged to open schools within 5 miles of persistently low-performing schools as defined by the Florida Department of Education. Since IDEA began as a Hope operator, the Hillsborough County School Board has approved agreements for us to open 3 campuses. In August 2020, we were excited to open our first 2 campuses in the city of Tampa, which now serve over 900 scholars. The 3rd approved campus will be located at the site being discussed here today. While your rezoning support today is coupled with parents like Ms. Holt, who just spoke, as well as community supporters, including Christina Barker, who will speak in a moment, know that we look forward to expanding high-quality public school education opportunities for scholars in Hillsborough County, in addition to those already served in the city of Tampa. As such, I respectfully ask you to support our rezoning request, and thank you for your consideration so we can serve more scholars here in our hometown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak as a proponent, there are 7 minutes. Can you state your name?
Hi, my name is Christina Barker.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I serve as Chief of Staff at Vinnick Family Office, and I'm a member of the Fiduciary Board for IDEA Florida. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today in support of IDEA's application. The Vinnick Family Foundation partners closely with IDEA to provide several wraparound services to students and families, including transportation, extended school days, after-school care, and free meals, which are all critical components to the success of students and our mission as a school. We look forward to serving more families in Hillsborough County at this proposed school site, and I respectfully request that the board approve the application for IDEA, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. There are 6 minutes left for proponent testimony, if anyone else is available to speak as a proponent. If not, we'll move on to opponent's testimony of parties of record. I do not have anyone listed on my list. Is there anyone there in the room that would like to speak as an opponent?
No one's identifying themselves as wanting to speak.
Excellent. With that, I'll close the proponent or the party of record testimony and offer the applicant a rebuttal of 5 minutes if needed.
We will waive that opportunity. Commissioner will stand on the record before you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll hear from the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 1 future land use category. It is in the rural area and also located within the limits of the Thinona-Sassa Community Plan. According to Objective 4 of the future land use element, the development pattern of the rural area is intended to be large lot, low density residential without the threat of suburban encroachment. Policy 4.1 specifies the acceptable rural densities. The subject site is designated as residential 1 on the future land use map, and the intent of this category is to designate areas for rural residential uses that are compatible with short-term agricultural uses. The proposed school is consistent with the residential 1 future land use category, and the proposed use does not threaten suburban encroachment in the surrounding area and meets the intent of Objective 4 and Policy 4.1 based on adopted policy direction. Schools are considered to be residential support uses in the comprehensive plan. Objective 17 and Policy 17.1 of the future land use element state that residential support uses are encouraged to be located in residential areas in order to support the neighborhood residential population. These land uses are allowable in any of the residential, commercial, and industrial land use categories as long as the proposed uses are compatible with the surrounding area. Single-family lots are located immediately to the west and south of the subject property, and vacant lots are located immediately to the east. The proposed use is therefore compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The subject property is located within the limits of the Thanota-Sassa Community Plan, and this plan seeks to provide a sense of community that ensures that new development maintains and enhances Thanota-Sassa's unique character and sense of place, and also provides a place for community activities and events. The development of a school can contribute to Thanota-Sassa's sense of community and provide opportunities for community activities and events, and therefore the request is consistent with the goals of the Thanota-Sassa Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the comprehensive plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll hear from the Assistant County Attorney, Joanna Lundgren, on the zoning hearing master summary.
The zoning hearing master held a, a remand hearing on the request following the board's remand of the application on October 12th, 2021. And during that hearing, issues were addressed pertaining to transportation. The zoning hearing master summarized the application as a rezoning of approximately 15 acres from AS1 and agricultural rural AR to planned development to permit the development of 107,000 square foot K through 12 private school with 1,456 students. As you've heard, the Planning Commission staff does support the request, finding it consistent with the Thanota-Sassa Community Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. In response to the board's concerns, the applicant submitted a revised transportation analysis, which represented a worst-case scenario that included no busing of students. The applicant has agreed to new zoning conditions that require 2 arrival and dismissal bells, 1 for grades K through 5, 1 for grades 6 through 12, after enrollment reaches 50% of maximum capacity. And additionally, 2 morning and afternoon bells are required, maintaining a 30-minute minimum separation from the morning and afternoon bells at nearby Thanota-Sassa Elementary School. Based on the conditions that were provided on the remand consideration, the zoning hearing master summarized its recommendation for approval of the plan development rezoning request as indicated by the findings of fact and conclusions of law, and the request was found approvable.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll close the item and ask for board discussion or a motion.
Move for approval.
Move approval by Commissioner Myers. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Smith and Cohen. Open it for discussion. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. So we remanded this, not because we don't want to see anything built here, but because the specific use of a school on a rural substandard road across the street from another school, kind of kitty corner across the street from another school, looked like it could be heading for serious traffic issues. And so in the remand motion that I made, I said, so my motion is to remand this because I think the school use is something different than if they were asking for some other community support use, neighborhood support, that didn't have the exact same queuing issue that the other public school across the street is going to have. So they're piling up to it. But, skipping ahead, the motion was, can we please get some comments from the school district, working closely with our transportation planners to take a look and inform us in comments as to what kind of improvements Scully Road might need, or whether there's some other way to work out the transportation issues. So we specifically asked for school comments because the school district did not give us any comments the first time around. And so, Mr. Gormley, Did anybody reach out to the school district as we requested in the remand motion?
Commissioner, I'll ask if Mike Williams is aware of that communication either by the applicant or the county for the school, the elementary school.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Williams with Development Services. I am not aware of any communications with the school district on this. So, no, I'm not sure that happened.
So what we did get is we got a revised traffic study, and we are comfortable that the split in times, so we're looking at the operation of this school site with the existing conditions. And we're comfortable that with the information provided, that the offset of bell times from the elementary school and the split bell times for this proposed school will result in a acceptable circulation of traffic and avoid the conflicts with the school. When this application came before the board the first time, there was no offset from the elementary school traffic. So the approach that was taken was, rather than to try to see how those could mix and mingle, is we've set an offset from that school traffic that will control the bell times for this school. So the approach taken was to simply move those impacts to different.
I understand, and I agree that that is that does sound like a really good piece of solution, but I don't understand why, if the motion was to remand, to please get some comments from the school district, working closely with our transportation, to get comments. And there was extensive conversation on the record among us about how the school district had not taken the opportunity to comment the first time around. And a reminder that the issue that we had with TTT and other schools is that these things, all this growth management planning and approvals gets done here, and the school district and board is complaining that that we're not fixing traffic, but we've been trying to engage them in meetings to find a process to work together with us upstream. Like at this point, to have their input would have been really helpful on this issue of the both schools having these times. I appreciate that our transportation planners worked with the applicant on this new condition staggering of bell times. Frankly, I don't want to make the applicant suffer more time because our staff didn't do what we asked them to do. I would have liked to know if the school district refused an opportunity, or if they engaged, or if they had some other idea. That was the point of the remand. Now, today, I'm not going to make the applicant suffer because we didn't, our side didn't do what the motion asked for. But Scully is a substandard road. The design exceptions being allowed are narrow shoulders, inadequate sidewalks. Those are particularly problematic in a substandard street with two schools on it. One sidewalk and no bike lanes, narrower shoulders than typical. And I think these are the opportunities we need to make sure we're having the school district comment on and let us know. We should be planning for county funding of improvements of this, or the developer should be doing one thing rather than another. And I just think it's a missed opportunity to begin the work we keep saying we want to do together with the school district upstream So they're not coming to us at the last minute saying, oh my God, Scully Road is a nightmare. You guys have to pony up millions of dollars for road improvements right now. But, you know, having said all that, I just hope that staff takes it as a suggestion to, in the future, when you can see stuff like this looming, make sure that the school district gets on the record and we begin working together ahead of time. With that, I will be supporting the item. I think, you know, that the staggered bell times is a good idea, unless somebody else has some other reason in comments to go the other way. I'll support this.
Sure, if I could just address, we do have some prior comment from the school district, and we did transmit this to them, and the response that we got is that it's a PD to construct a private school and not a residential PD. In that case, the school district would not need to provide comment. So that was what we had previously in the record from the school district. And again, is rather than try to engage, you know, the school may have their own school-related operational issues. We're dealing with a different development on the same street. And so we, rather than, again, repeating myself, rather than try to mesh those two together, particularly given the initial statement of no need for comment from the school district, we looked at it from the operation of the functionality of the street. We looked at the offset between those bell times as separating those traffic streams and thereby avoiding conflicts or interaction with the traffic coming to the elementary school to this proposed school. And I did want to just emphasize or you know, confirm what the traffic engineer for the applicant said. It's true that Scully Road does not have a sidewalk on the south side. That would be a substandard condition, but the applicant is going to be required to build the sidewalk not just on the frontage of their property, but for the entire length of Scully between Harney and Mango Road. So again, we did have some correspondence from the school district about this particular school, and your point's taken, or maybe ask the same question again. But again, I think that we felt that by separating those two streams of traffic, we avoided, by doing that, we avoid the potential conflict between those two traffic streams.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Smith. Do I have a second?
It's already been made.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. You want to speak?
I do.
You made the motion? Myers made the motion. And Smith seconded it. Commissioner Kemp, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'll just say this. Thanks for having that focus on this. I just think it's very significant. When I think about what happened at that MPO meeting and what we've heard in that utter, like, I don't know what to say about the TTT thing, and we just have to stay focused on this. This is in the rural area, and one of the things that I was kind of like, how many students is this? I guess I have notes here, 1,456 students, and I was just, how does that work with sewer and wastewater, just for the record? And some time ago, I had our GIS department, I have it pinned up on my wall, and there was this big red sewer pipe line on my map going through the rural service area from years ago. I never did quite understand exactly why it was connecting, and that was, at the time, thought to be the best way to connect it. It's really quite extensive, and it happened prior to my time, and I don't know when here, but in the counties. But I just wanted to point that out, because we have had some discussions at times about schools in the rural area and water and waste water and how that will be dealt with. So I wanted to just let the board know with regards to that in particular school.
Okay, I actually did have a question. One of the things that come, in the discussion about transportation, and I think what I heard this evening, or this afternoon, or this morning, still, thank you, is that there was an offer to do a light if warranted. And that, when I hear that term, it flags me every single time, because clearly there was somebody that thought a light needed to be there. But when we're talking about a street that two schools are on, how many, children have to die before it's warranted? So I'm wanting to know what the traffic report specifically suggests was the trigger for if warranted. Otherwise, I would like to make a condition that it's put there. Given that we're looking at 1,000 students at this school along with staff, and I don't know what the capacity of the school across the street is, but on a good day with a light, where I have a high school and a middle school that are next to each other, the light is absolutely necessary for managing traffic, even if there is a 30-minute gap, in order to help slow the traffic down as they approach the queuing lanes and deal with young and experienced drivers who may be driving to this or the other school in the area. So could I get some guidance on that from the applicant or from staff?
Yes, ma'am. So we have a condition that it's condition 21, and it requires the installation of the signal at Scully and Mango Road, and it requires that installation to be in place before certificates of occupancy are issued for the school or the school opens. So the signal will have to be in place prior to the opening of the school.
Okay, I thought I heard if warranted, and that's what...
It's installed if warranted.
Okay, I'm going to strike that language. I would like to make the recommendation that if warranted, not be an out for not putting a light there. Because we've had situations where we've had roads where if warranted was there, and have seen where either a church or a school or something nearby where that was recommended by the community that there be a light, but if it wasn't necessary because it wasn't warranted. And so, and the accident records finally gave to a place where it was recommended, but that term is challenging for me, and especially when it comes to kids, sidewalks, and substandard roads. So I don't know if I could offer an amendment to the motion, or if what staff would advise to make sure that if warranted isn't necessarily conditioned.
Well, let me just talk about this project, and then just globally, I know I've stated this before, but the idea of installing signals where they're not warranted is something that I would advise the board to tread carefully on, because there are potential ramifications for the county for installing or requiring or authorizing signals to be installed where not warranted. That said, generally. So that said, for this project, the information we have is that it'd be warranted at this time with existing and proposed project traffic. Either way, if the signal isn't warranted, the way that the conditions are recommended, if the signal isn't warranted, the signal can't be installed. If the signal's not installed, the school cannot open. So the way it's packaged for this application, it ensures that the signal is installed and operational before the school can start providing impacts.
Okay, so there's no way a signal won't be there if the school is built. Is that what you're saying?
For the school to be open and issue the certificate of occupancy, the signal must be in place.
In place and operational?
Yes.
Excellent. That's the confirmation I needed to hear. So thank you very much. So we have Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you. It just brings me to one more question. I'm trying to understand. When many schools are now being retrofitted with slow zones, I'm not, safety zones, whatever you want to call it, right out in front of the school for a number of yards. I'm not sure how long those are, but does that happen automatically with a new school, or how, is that part of what occurs?
Seeing if there's a condition, yes, that will be part of what is required for the when the school, as soon as approved, the school comes in for site development, that will be part of the improvements that they're required to make.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments, since I can't see anybody in the queue? Seeing none, please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. It's 5 minutes to 12, but we only have 2 more items that I can see on the agenda. Are there any other items that follow it?
I think we have
2 more items.
3 more items.
3 more items? I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry. So what is the board's pleasure? Do you want to take a break, or do you want to move forward? Because the next item is going to take more than 5 minutes.
Sorry.
All right, we're going to continue to proceed.
F4, F3. Sorry.
Okay. We'll continue to proceed. Mr. Morita.
We're to item F3. This is a major modification 21-0884 located at 6821 Waters Avenue. I'll move to the overhead. The site is in red, has frontage along Waters. It is west of the interstate, the expressway, and it is south of Lineball. Moving to the site-specific graphic, this is a planned development. The area and change is shown in red. It has frontage along Firecracker Drive and West Waters Avenue. More specifically, the PD is shown in red. The change area is shown in blue. The change that will occur in this area is essentially an increase from 7,000 square feet of office to allow 15,000 square feet of office. There is a church there currently, a church building there currently, which will be removed to allow for the office, although the church uses, which total 10,000 square feet, will remain. Also, to the north and northwest of the PD, there are 41 homes built and permissible in that area. Moving specifically to the site plan, the building that's proposed is shown in green in the crosshatched. This is Waters Avenue, and the site will access off of Firecracker Avenue. 2 access points are proposed on Firecracker Drive, on the along the east side of Firecracker Drive. Staff has evaluated this particular request. We are recommending approval with conditions. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moretta. See, at this point, we have the applicant for 10 minutes. Is that correct? Applicant is next for 10 minutes.
I'll make it less.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. John Grandoff, Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza with the Hill Ward and Henderson Law Firm. I represent the applicant in this application. Joe has succinctly described what's involved. This is a major modification of an existing PD to allow 8,000 more square feet of business professional office for our client. I'm joined here by Malaya Storm and Armando Cabre, who are engineers with Bowman Consulting. The zoning hearing master's report has made a finding of compatibility, as has the planning commission's report. We've requested a buffer waiver on the north because there's an extensive amount of trees and vegetation. And we've also requested a design exception for access off of Waters, which has been approved by Mr. Williams' staff and also by, and studied in great detail by Mr. Ratliff and his staff. In summary, this project is compatible. It's a good location. It'll provide new jobs for the neighboring community and very walkable. And in the interest of time, I will close and ask for your approval of this major modification to add the square footage. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them for you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. At this point, we have an opportunity for oral arguments by proponents or opponents if there are parties of record. I do not have on my list anyone that is signed up to speak to this matter. Ms. Lundgren, do you?
I would ask Mr. Moretta if there's anyone
present
over there.
We don't have anybody online that I can see.
No one identifying themselves as wanting to speak, except for
Okay,
Mr. Randolph.
so I'm going to ask for any proponents of record for testimony. If seeing none, opponents, party of record testimony? Hearing none. With that, I'll offer an opportunity for the rebuttal by the applicant if you're interested.
Nothing further, Madam Chair. Request your approval this morning. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And now we'll hear from the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 6 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Town and Country Community Plan. The applicant is requesting a major modification to an existing planned development to remove all commercial neighborhood uses on site and replace them with 15,000 square feet of business professional office or BPO uses and retain the 10,000 square feet of church assembly uses. The subject site is located in the urban service area where, according to Objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 1.4 requires that all new developments be compatible with the surrounding area, noting that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development in maintaining the character of the existing development pattern. The subject site is proposing to place BPO uses south of the residential areas and directly adjacent to the existing light commercial uses. The proposed BPO uses are compatible with the existing uses that already exist along this portion of West Waters Avenue. The subject site is located in Residential 6, where business professional uses are permitted in this category. The 10,000 square feet of religious assembly uses are residential support uses, or residential support use, and are permitted in all residential future land use categories. The proposed major modification therefore meets the intent of Objective 9 and its subsequent policies, which require that all development proposals be consistent with the future land use classification of the property. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies under the comprehensive plan's Objective 16, located in the future land use element. In this case, there is a concentration of more intense uses located along West Waters Avenue and a transition to lower density and intensity uses further north. The proposed major modification will also provide full access via Firecracker Drive, and the site is designed so that there is no encroachment into the residential areas. The subject site meets future land use element policy 22.6 with the exception to commercial locational criteria for office uses. This policy notes that an exception for office uses may be made for commercial locational criteria when the subject site is proposed as a buffer between existing commercial and residential uses. The subject site does meet this exception as it does provide for a transition of uses between office development and commercial uses along Waters Avenue, with the residential uses located to the north. The proposed modification does meet the intent of the Town and Country Community Plan, as this plan recognizes the intersection of Hamley and West Waters Avenue as a secondary town center. The subject site is just east of the town center and offers a transition of uses along West Waters Avenue to lesser intense uses such as office as the development pattern changes into the residential areas. Overall, the proposed modification would allow for development that is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and is compatible with the existing and planned development pattern found within the surrounding area. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear the zoning hearing master's recommended summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed modification of PD 04404, which is currently approved for a maximum of 41 single-family dwelling units, 7,000 square feet of BPO land use, and 10,000 square feet of religious assembly land use. The modification proposes to increase the square footage of the business professional office land use from 7,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet. The approved 10,000 square feet of religious assembly use is permitted as an interim use until such time of redevelopment of the property for the BPO use. As you heard from Ms. Leinhard, the Planning Commission staff has found that the request meets the policies of the comprehensive plan and found it to be consistent. The zoning hearing master summarized testimony in opposition that was provided at the ZHM hearing and submitted it to the record. It was really in opposition from the residents of the Water's Edge community located to the north of the property within the subject PD. The concerns pertain to additional traffic on Firecracker Lane and the possible negative impact on the ability to access Waters Avenue. The residents stated that they have been maintaining Firecracker Lane, and they submitted a document that they indicated was related to that regarding the cost of the road's maintenance. The county's transportation review staff has determined that Firecracker Lane is county-owned right-of-way from Waters Avenue up to the gate of the Waters Edge community and privately owned inside the gate and adjacent to the existing homes. The zoning hearing master summarized that the additional 8,000 square feet of BPO land uses that is proposed is consistent with the existing commercial and office land use along Waters, and the major modification is found to be consistent with the LDC and the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended approval.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll open up to board discussion or entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Smith. Please take a roll call. Seeing no other comments?
Overman?
Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, Commissioners. We're up to F4 on the agenda. This is a rezoning proposal for plan development, application number 21-0969. I'll move to the overhead. The acreage is located south of Big Bend Road, fronts on Simmons Loop. 75 is located to the west, and 301 is located to the east. More specifically, you can see the site. It has frontage along Simmons Loop Road. The site plan has access along Simmons Loop in 2 locations and has cross-access along the western boundary. The site plan also has 3 different type of residential typologies, 469 units distributed over single-family, duplex, and multifamily. It also has a daycare, which is planned in this area of the site over to the west. Staff has reviewed this application. It is also has a density bonus related to the SMU 9, and we are supporting the application as proposed with conditions. If you have any questions, we are available. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is open to limited parties of record. The applicant has 10 minutes for oral arguments. Is the applicant present and been sworn in?
Good morning, Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. For the record, I have been sworn. I'd like to introduce Alexis Crespo, who is our case planner, and she'll make a brief presentation followed by Steve Henry.
Excellent, thank you.
Good afternoon.
afternoon. Alexis Crespo with RVI Planning. I have been sworn. My address is 10401 Highland Manor Drive, Tampa, Florida. As staff indicated, we're here today seeking your approval to rezone the 58-acre subject property to a unified plan development zoning district. This would allow for a mix of uses, including single-family detached, single-family attached, and multifamily dwelling types, as well as the daycare that was noted. Oh, please advance the slide. And I'm going to use my time to just walk you through an illustrative version of the PD site plan that's shown on your screen. This plan evolved through the process of staff review, and we also reached out to the community early on in the process and held a neighborhood meeting in September of last year. And a lot of the discussion and points made at those meetings ultimately drove the plan before you today. You'll note significant green and open space throughout the project. We have clustered the units and certainly attempted to maintain lots of open space areas, and especially along the perimeters of the project. You'll note the northern area that's actually not colored is going to be the environmentally sensitive wetland areas, and there's no wetland impacts as outlined in your staff report. One of the most critical elements of the design before you is the sensitive location of the multifamily units, which are shown in yellow, and those are on the east side of the site where we abut the Wildgrass apartment complex. So we're doing 3-story multifamily adjacent to existing 3-story multifamily along that eastern boundary, and then we reserved the western portion of the site for the 1- and 2-story single-family attached and detached dwelling types. And this was obviously done to protect those larger lot single-family residences in Simmons Ranch Estates that are to our west, and you can see their cul-de-sac on the screen. Additionally, besides transitioning the density and the product types within the design, we did enhanced buffering. There's a 10-foot wide right-of-way buffer along Simmons Loop that will include a decorative fence, shrubs, hedgerow, as well as canopy and understory trees. And then more significantly, we are doing 20-foot type B buffers along the western edge of the project, again, to provide screening to that single-family community to our west. And you can advance to the next slide. This is an elevation of the proposed dwelling types within the community. Next slide. And before I turn it over to Steve Henry, I just want to close with, we do have your staff as well as your zoning hearing master's recommendation of approval. This will allow for a compact mixed-use project within your urban service area within the SMU 6 future land use category in which we are compatible. We've really worked on our site plan to address the surrounding neighborhood and make sure that our design is complementary to both the planned communities as well as the existing residences in the area. And it is in my professional planning opinion that this PD rezone is consistent with your land development code and comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry, Lincoln Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And we did conduct the traffic analysis for the project. In addition to that, as a part of the rezoning process, we've got a design exception and also an administrative variance to the spacing along Simmons Loop that were deemed approvable. This shows an existing picture of what Simmons Loop looks like in the area of the project today. What we are proposing to do is to improve that roadway to the TS4 standards. And this gives you a graphic of what we're doing. And basically, it is improving the road from where the, show you the graphic here. Basically, as you know, right now, there is a project that will be extending Gate Dancer Road, which is the extension of Simmons Loop Road, from Simmons Loop down to the existing Gate Dancer Road. That improvement will also improve Simmons Loop for about 300 feet from Gate Dancer along Simmons Loop. We're going to take that improvement and then extend it west to tie into the existing improvements that have already been done to our east, which is about 2,000 feet of the Simmons Loop Road. The only difference between our project what we're doing, and the typical section is we're doing a 5-foot bike lane instead of the 7-foot buffered bike lane, which matches what is being done on the east and the west. And also the reason for that is the limited right-of-way. Unfortunately, we don't control all the right-of-way along that section. So in order to provide a consistent section, we're doing a 5-foot bike lane as opposed to the 7-foot, but we are putting in the 11-foot lanes, we're putting in the curb and gutter. In addition to that, well, this actually will show you what Simmons Loop will look like after we're done. And this is actually Gate Dancer just to the south that the extension will tie into. But this shows you what the 11-foot lanes along with the 5-foot bike lane would look like. So you can see the difference between what Simmons Loop looks like today versus what we're doing. And then finally, we are asking for an administrative variance to the spacing for the project. And this illustrates, I've highlighted in yellow where that spacing is. There is an existing single-family home driveway to our west. And the reason that we're putting the access where we are putting it is that on the south side, there is a previously approved PD. And so we're aligning our access with their access so that obviously from a functional standpoint, it functions. So in doing that, we have a slight variation to the spacing criteria for a single-family home driveway to our west. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions. Thank you.
Cami Corbett again. I'd just like to reserve any time for a rebuttal.
Okay, you have 3 minutes and 29 seconds remaining. Thank you. Okay, we'll open it up to the oral argument by proponents and opponents, party of record. Currently, I only have one name on the list for this particular item, and that is Beverly Auda, A-U-D-A. I'm sorry if I messed that up, but I have her listed as being an opposition in person. But are there any persons in the room that would like to speak as a proponent, party of record testimony?
No one raising their hand. Thank you.
I am here as to say no. I'm an opponent to this.
Okay. So we have no proponents coming in as a party of record testimony, but we do have one person as listed as the opponent party of record testimony, and you have 10 minutes.
I have not been sworn in.
Clerk, can you assist us with that, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Beverly Auda. I live at 6727 Simmons Loop in Riverview, Florida, 33578. Commissioners, this is a planned development, and it's not just one, it's one of several major modifications. These developers are not planning together. They just want to be the first to find ways to increase dwelling units and to make more money than the next guy. If they add all things like a charter school, a nursing home, or in this case, a daycare, that loopholes entitlement to have more occupancy, it's going to be gridlock. We have quite a few cookie cutter homes and townhomes in the area here already. In fact, they anchor Simmons Loop on either end of the multifamily rental units. Additionally, to my knowledge, they have not done the traffic study well enough to include the intersection of Big Bend and Simmons Loop, or on the impact this higher flow from Big Bend will have on I-75 as it is crawling in both directions for miles. We bought our home on October 23rd in 2019, just prior to the onslaught of these major modifications to impact the area. The original plan for development to our west was originally to be homes similar to existing homes on Simmons Ranch Court. Now it is not. There is an ethics award in the name of Mr. Simmons. Would he approve of these actions modifying so heavily on the conditions to which the land was sold, I realize that this major modification is a different parcel, but your actions in this area are cumulative. My husband and I want to express that we are not against growth. We just ask why, to our knowledge, did the traffic study not include the intersection of Simmons Loop and Big Bend Road by the hospital? We, neighbors and hospital employees and ambulance drivers, can tell you right now, before the adding 460 units across the street from us, 336 multifamily dwellings, 133 single-family homes, and 100 student daycare closely backed up by our presently quiet backyard. Whether or not citizens vocalize their objection publicly, like I am doing, does not mean that they want it as noted by the parcel that is the developer is building around on Simmons Loop. They do not want to sell, and they didn't. When your cumulative actions, over 2,000 cars coming and going several times a day because of a potential school of 1,800 students, or daycare, or nursing homes, or more apartments to jam-pack much populated density into a few square feet so that they can make even more money without caring about the gridlock that they have created, even after the new total infrastructure is in place. That's not going to make a difference. This is a safety concern for the area, including the hospital and the ambulance service that have already raised concerns. The hospital's not really for this. There are many people who want and need more room in their homes because of COVID and the work from home issues. And there is land surrounding us to accommodate this need if you commissioners would zone it properly. We currently have a doctor that is building a home on Simmons Ranch Court, and he has been asked many times, is there any more lots available? There is a market for quality homes in the area, not just cookie cutter homes and apartments. We need more upscale homes, not only along the beaches and the river, but by the hospital. That does make sense. Doctors and nurses and hospital staff would like to have a nice home. Think about it. You can solve two needs: less density and a variety of development. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your testimony. You have 5 minutes remaining.
I would like to give my testimony here to someone, and also the one that my husband had.
As long as you're listed as a party of record, that I believe that will be possible. Could you provide a name?
My husband's name is Tom Auda.
And he is present and willing to speak?
Just left in the comments.
No, ma'am.
Is Mr. Auda's testimony available, or are we out of opponents to speak to this matter?
Mr. Auda is not in the audience, so.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to give an opportunity for rebuttal by the applicant.
Yes, Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. I believe that those letters are already in the record, but to the extent that they're not, they should not be coming in. One looks like it's dated November 15th, so it's probably already in the record, but if they aren't in the record, they shouldn't be entered into evidence. Just wanted to say that all the substantial competent evidence in the record with respect to compatibility and consistency with your land use plan is that this development is consistent and compatible. You heard Ms. Crespo's testimony that we have designed the site to be sensitive to the single family residences in the area. And I'd like to ask Steve Henry to come up and address some of the traffic issues.
Good afternoon. Steve Henry again, Links and Associates. To address the traffic issues, one is it talked about the intersection of Simmons Loop and Big Bend. As you're aware, there are significant improvements that are currently under construction along Big Bend with the 6 laning and also with the revised interchange or the new interchange that's being built. The interchange is currently under construction and it is expected to be completed in 24-25. And then you've got the 2 ends of Big Bend Road for the 6 laning, which are also projected to be completed in 24-25, which will make Big Bend Road from 41 to 301 as a 6-lane roadway. In addition to that, we were actually the engineers for the hospital when the improvements were done to Simmons Loop and Big Bend. And that was actually done in taking into consideration the traffic and the geometry that we were proposing here today. And that included both adding in dual northbound left turn lanes. And when you look at that, you can see there's significant length to be able to accommodate the volume. There's also a through lane when Simmons Loop Road is extended north of Big Bend, and then also a right turn lane. So there is significant geometry. And then in addition to that, when they 6-lane the road, they're adding additional geometry to Big Bend Road to be able to accommodate the traffic. So it was considered in the original design and construction of the Simmons Loop Road, and then also it's taken into consideration in the widening of Big Bend Road. So that concludes my presentation, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you remain up? We have a question by one of the commissioners, please. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to ask you about the 5-foot bike lanes instead of the 7-foot buffered bike lanes that would be standard. I hear you all saying that there are right-of-way constraints, but I don't understand that. When you own, or the applicant owns, that side of the road, it's undeveloped now, so how are you constrained from providing an extra, I don't know, 3 feet, 2 feet of lane and a little buffer?
We are actually and there's parcels that are not included in there, and so in order to be able to, if you have the site plan, let me pull that up and I can show you. But then also we are connecting to the west, which we don't control. But let me pull up the site plan.
I understand your position that the other piece of road already has only 5 feet bike lanes. I understand that, but I don't understand the claim to have right-of-way constraints when you own the land yourself, or the applicant does.
And we'll pull this up. So you can see that there's a piece of property here that we do not control.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and we don't control, and we're tying back into where the other improvements are done to the west, and those are 5-foot lanes. So the issue becomes is, how do we tie in here, and then we have this piece of property that we don't own. And so the idea is, in order to squeeze it in the right-of-way that we control and the part that we don't, we're putting in the 5-foot lanes as opposed to the 7-foot buffered bike lanes. And that then also ties into what was built to the east, which were 5-foot lanes. So the idea is that it would then comply with what's to the east and then what's to the west. But we just don't have the ability to acquire this property or acquire the right-of-way to be able to make that the 7-foot.
Thank you very much. That explains it.
Thank you.
And I'll just say, to the board, in general, if we're not going to be able to make progress in our Vision Zero goals if we keep just looking around and saying we're going to do the same thing that's next to this and next to this and next to this. So even when there's just a little, you can only do it for a little piece. I think, for example, on Shell Point Road, there's a development that has provided a really nice separated multi-use path for bike and pedestrian, even though on both sides of it to the rest of the road, it's just goes back to a little sidewalk and a bit of a shoulder. But let me tell you, riding a bike on that road or walking on that road or running on that road, it's very nice to have that respite for a while and then hope that later on, as things redevelop, they can move forward rather than just constantly doing the same. But in this case, I do understand the applicant's point that with that little missing piece, it would be problematic not to do what's already there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant completed with their presentation at this point? I mean, your rebuttal?
Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. I just wanted to note that in her testimony, Ms. Otis seemed to imply that she was speaking on behalf of others. I just want to note we have advertised this a couple of different times. As many cases, we had a couple of continuances along the way. We have not been contacted by anyone. We did hold a community meeting. It was well attended, and we've tried to answer any concerns that we might have. So I'd just like to conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Not seeing any other testimony to be offered or a rebuttal from the applicant, we'll move on to the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and also located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The proposed development in 56.65 acres that's 56.65 acres in size and will have 469 multifamily and single-family residential units along with a 10,000 square foot daycare. Projects that are 20 acres in size or greater in the SMU 6 future land use category must demonstrate a mix of land uses in accordance with policy 19.1 of the future land use element. The 3 proposed uses satisfies the mixed use requirements of this policy. And due to the project including 3 or more land uses, the applicant is requesting to utilize the mixed use density bonus that is part of policy 19.3 in the future land use element. The non-residential property is 1.07 acres and leaves 55.58 acres for calculating residential density. The density bonus would allow for the property to use the density of the next highest future land use category. In this case, the next highest land use category is residential 9, which would permit a maximum of 500 units, which is up to 9 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is requesting 469 units, which is below the maximum permitted with the density bonus and consistent with policy direction. The subject property is comprised of vacant residential, single-family residential, and pasture lots, and single-family and vacant residential lots are located to the south and west. Additionally, to the south are agricultural use properties. Multifamily, single-family, vacant commercial, and light industrial are located to the east, and multifamily and light industrial uses are located to the north. The proposed development requests a 10,000 square foot daycare on the western 1.07 acre parcel, and the applicant has submitted a waiver to locational criteria for this request. However, a waiver is not necessary as a daycare is a residential support use and is exempt from meeting the commercial locational criteria in this future land use category. In addition, per policy 17.1, residential support uses are an allowable land use category in any residential, commercial, or industrial future land use category if they are designed to be compatible with the surrounding land uses and surrounding zoning pattern. The requested daycare will be compatible at a compatible density, intensity and use that fits with the surrounding uses, including the single family and multifamily residential uses adjacent to the property. Policy 16.1 of the future land use element requires the use of locational criteria for the placement of non-residential uses, and policy 16.3 requires that development and redevelopment be integrated with adjacent land uses through the creation of complementary uses. Policy 16.10 requires that any density increase or intensity increase may be compatible with the existing, proposed, or planned development in the area. Compatibility does not mean the same as, it rather refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of the existing development pattern. The applicant proposes to locate the less dense single family and duplex units along the project perimeter, specifically on the western border adjacent to the existing single family lots. The requested mixed use development is consistent with other single family and multifamily residential uses in the surrounding area. To the north of the subject property is the St. Joseph South Hospital Complex. This is a major employment node on approximately 68 acres of land. The proposed development would provide additional housing options in the area near a large employer. The proposed residential support uses would complement the area and allow for a daycare located close to housing. Objective 19 of the future land use element requires that all development in the mixed use categories be integrated and interconnected to one another. Policy 19.2 states that in mixed use categories, when 2 or more uses are required on the same project, that the development be implemented through a zoning district that demonstrates street connectivity, a description of land uses, a site placement, access location, and internal connections at a minimum. The proposed development will have cross access between the non-residential parcel used for daycare and the 3 residential housing types. The proposed non-residential daycare use will allow for residences to access the facility without having to drive onto Simmons Loop Road. This design is consistent with policy direction. The proposed development is in the residential district of the Riverview Community Plan. The residential district encourages attractive residential development compatible with the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. The proposed development will provide for a mix of residential housing choices that are compatible with the other single-family and multifamily lots surrounding the site, which is consistent with the vision of the community plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll hear the zoning hearing master's recommended summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed rezoning of 58.28 acres from AS1 and AR to PD to permit a mixed-use project consisting of a maximum of 469 dwelling units and a 10,000 square foot daycare center with a maximum of 100 children. Of the 469 dwelling units, with no less than 46 units required to be single-family detached, and at least 28% of all of the units are required to be single-family detached structures or attached units, duplexes. The remaining units are proposed to be multifamily residential. The applicant's proposal is a build-to-rent component for the project, offering renters the ability to live in a single-family home or conventional multifamily apartment building. As you heard from Ms. Leinhardt, the Planning Commission staff has found the request supportable. The zoning hearing master summarized the zoning hearing master hearing. 2 people spoke in opposition. The testimony was focused primarily on the applicant's traffic study and existing traffic congestion in the area and development that has been approved but not yet built. And additionally, there were some concerns expressed regarding the desire to have larger homes built on the property that would be owned and occupied by doctors or hospital staff at nearby St. Joseph's Hospital. In response to the concerns expressed by the citizens regarding transportation staff testified that the application's transportation analysis had been reviewed and the developer will be required to make improvements to Simmons Loop Road, which include turn lanes when warranted. Staff testified that the transportation analysis and proposed zoning conditions fully address the impacts to the substandard roadway, and the site access requirements are in accordance with the LDC, and additionally, the transportation review section found it to be approvable. The zoning hearing master noted that the proposed zoning conditions include a requirement that no building permits that would create a demand for water service shall be issued until the county's water distribution system improvements are completed and put into operation. The zoning hearing master concluded that the recommendation is for approval of the PD rezoning request.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll open it up for board discussion. Here, Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
I just have heartburn with a density bonus in this area where the traffic is so bad that the doctors are having trouble getting to the hospital. But I'm not sure what we can do about that. Here's what's going on. They're getting 469 units as opposed to the underlying zoning would allow 336 zoning, 336 units at 6 per acre. They're SMU 6, but they get 9 per acre, although they're not going all the way to 9. They're asking for 8 per acre because they're getting mixed use. Okay, their mixed use is detached single-family homes, 1 use, multifamily attached, 2 uses, plus a daycare. And that allows them to up their units and up the traffic. They're going to be almost 3,500 trips per day in this really congested area. Let me ask staff, what happens? It's all based on having a daycare, really, is how they get the extra density. That's how they qualify as mixed use. What happens if the daycare isn't built or it opens and closes and it remains vacant? What then?
So the daycare use is a permitted use. I don't know if there is a timing mechanism requiring the construction of the daycare. I believe that the recommendation for the density bonus is based on it being included and it being an allowed use. So I don't know that we have a mechanism that requires the timing of when that daycare would be constructed.
I mean, would it make sense? Is there a problem with adding a condition that would add that timing that would say the additional houses above and beyond the underlying 6 per acre at 336 units could only be constructed or after the daycare was built and operational?
Commissioner, I believe a condition like that would be consistent with the basis for the density bonus being recommended.
All right, I'll listen to my other colleagues for other suggestions, but I'm inclined to at least put on that condition before approval, if the board's inclined to approve.
Okay, I can't see anybody in the queue. So
Well,
yes,
my
Commissioner
screen
Kemp.
isn't working. I
Yeah,
think a lot of us
them
aren't working anyway. So I just wanted to say, I had the exact same questions. In fact, I wrote a note to myself to be really understanding 19.3, I guess they said, is this density bonus under these conditions. And as the speaker had pointed out, but there's nothing we can do about that ability right now, but I think it's something to really look at. I will second, if you want to make a motion, I would second that condition. I think it's really important as well. I just think we really need to look at something. If we're going to have density bonuses, it's got to be for something, I think, different than this, like, possibilities for affordable housing or, something that is more. And I heard our staff say, oh, well, we jump it up 1 notch for this, for the daycare, but that is SMU 6 to then 9. That's, it's not like going 8 to 9 or 6 to 7. That's pretty dramatic increase. And as we know too, I think it's just a problematic way that we've had these arranged, because I seem to remember item that we had some years ago, and someone had promised to put a daycare in there to get the mixed use, and the daycare never happened, and it was just, I just think that it's something we have to really start looking at and being cognizant. I think that's the best we can do right now with what we have, but with the tools we have available, because this is what the code is. This is another time when we're looking at what we have available to us, and that's, I think, a good fix, and I'm glad that that's permissible, because I think it's an important condition. Second.
Sorry. So we have actually your motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner, actually, I saw Myers. Either way, y'all let me know who went first, because I can't tell. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Well, I've noticed, and this is no reflection on you, Madam Chair. This dates back a number of months now. I've noticed that we're shifting to a more informal way of doing business with less, structured motions to amend and things like that. So, number one, I just want to make sure that staff has memorialized that condition is going to be in there if this passes.
Commissioner, I'm working on that as we speak.
Okay. And also in the past, at least in certain circumstances, we've asked that applicants agree on the record to added conditions. Does that apply here? Do we need to hear from the applicant, or?
If the applicant is available, I think it would be helpful to hear from the applicant, but I think this is a permissible condition.
I also have further discussion on the motion, so I'm looking to get clarity on what the board's direction. So as soon as you can get us some information on that, that would be helpful. Commissioner White, I'm sorry, I just wanted to let you know.
Well, that's it. I just, since there's no formal motion to amend, we're doing more, we're calling them friendly amendments. I just want to make sure that staff has captured that for the record, and then just see if we need to hear from the applicant before we vote.
Understood. Would the applicant like to address the condition that's requested?
Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. We are amenable to some form of condition. I really don't know that I've fully heard exactly what the proposed condition is. I would like the opportunity to comment on it when Adam provides the language. We are amenable to some kind of timing condition, though.
Yes, Commissioner, if I could suggest that we work on that condition language, we're doing some calculating right now. We take up F5 and come back to F4.
Okay, before we leave that, I did have a question that I'd like to ask, but that's related to that, so we can just address that particular issue, as well as some concerns that I had that had to do with the density, and the sidewalks and the traffic. I like the project because it does have some phasing of different uses. I love the idea that we have trip capture with the daycare provision, and if there's a way to assure that increased density provision does actually result in a daycare, that's a good thing. I've also wanted to ask, because I can't really tell from the maps that I looked at, the sidewalks and the road improvements on Simmons Loop Road, does that go all the way to the hospital? I mean, is it walkable to live there and walk to the hospital with this community? Because, in our comprehensive plan and on our goals and community building, we're looking for ways that people can find alternative ways to get there and increase trip capture and increase community benefits to a community. And so I think there's a lot of that element in here. Standalone, yes, I understand your concerns about not having the daycare in order to get the increased density. And I do understand the concerns about traffic in that area. But as we did hear earlier, there are improvements scheduled for Big Bend and 301. We've got, the hospital has been, there's lots of improvements along that way. And while I agree the bike lane would be nice if it were 7 feet versus 5 feet. But given what is also coming around in that particular area, it appears as though we're getting some of the things we've been looking for in the plan design, as long as for example, the density bonus is actually offered in conjunction with the daycare provision, and if that is to be certain. So I appreciate the motion, would support that as well, if we can get some language and clarity to the applicant so that they are able to indicate that they're able to move forward. So at this moment, I don't see that we have the answers yet. So is it appropriate to table this and then we'll address the next? We only have one more item after this. So if we could table this item and then move on to F5, and we'll come back to F4 once we have an answer, if at all possible today. So, okay, excellent. So I'll close, temporarily suspend F4 and then ask Mr. Murata to go to F5, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item F5, Major Modification 21-1234. This is an assembly of property consisting of multiple lots on the north side of Lowell. I'll take you to the overhead. The site is depicted in red. Lowell Road, access to the south. The entire project is just south of Village Drive and West Village Drive. It is east of Lynn Road, and it is west of Casey Road. The site is currently entitled for 14 dwelling units. This particular assembly of property went through a comp plan amendment several months ago, and it was changed from Res 4 at 4 units an acre max to Res 9. This essentially is the implementing rezoning following that comp plan amendment. The proposal is to go from single family to townhomes and from 14 to 48 to leverage the comp plan activity that has been approved. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll open it to the applicant.
Good afternoon, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. I do have members of my team who are here who were not sworn earlier. I'm not sure if they'll speak, but I'd like to have them sworn in, please.
Okay, any other individuals that are offering testimony in this item, please raise your right hand. And the clerk, will you offer the oath, please?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
One moment for the PowerPoint presentation. I'd just like to add, Mr. Moreno mentioned the comp plan amendment that was done. This applicant and the applicant team had nothing to do with that comprehensive plan amendment. This is a separate and distinct, while it may be the implementing for the future land use category, we were not associated with that application. Again, here's just a brief overview of where we're located. We're a very small infill piece. Next slide. The future land use is R9. It's currently PD. You'll see that there's R12 and R9 in close proximity. Next slide. This is a rendered site plan. We're proposing 48 townhomes with private streets with gated access on Lowell Road and a gated emergency access on Bradford Lane. We're providing enhanced buffering. We did have a community meeting before the noticing went out, and we actually did redesign our site plan a couple of different times to try to have the least amount of impact on the surrounding neighborhood as we could. And for the most part, the neighbors we were able to answer their questions and their concerns. There is one significant concern they have. There is a requirement that we have a pedestrian gate at Bradford Lane, and the residents who live in that area are upset about that condition and would like that condition to be removed. I'm not going to, they're here this morning or this afternoon, and they'll advocate on behalf of themselves and articulate the reasons why they are concerned. But that pedestrian gate is not vital to our development, and should the commission be of the mind that it should be removed, we would have no objection to that. Next slide. And again, we have no objections from reviewing agencies. The Planning Commission has found us compatible and consistent, and Development Services has deemed it approvable subject to conditions. And I'd just like to ask Steve Henry to come up and talk about the transportation improvements.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, 33607. We did the traffic analysis for the project. In conjunction with this project, we had submitted a design exception for Laurel Road and then also an administrative variance. Both have been deemed approvable. The code would require that we improve Laurel Road to TS7 standards, which I have provided here. Laurel Road, if you look at that, it currently has a number of speed bumps on it. By improving it to 12-foot lanes with paved shoulders would only increase the potential speed on the road. And as you can see from these pictures, in fact, they have put several speed bumps along the road to try to slow people down. So by improving it to current TS7 standards, you'd actually be doing the opposite of what the speed bumps are trying to do, which is to slow the people down. So what we have done is instead, and if you look at that, there is sidewalk on the south side of Laurel Road. So what the applicant has agreed to do is to provide sidewalk on the north side for the majority of the road. And this is a little over 2,000 feet of sidewalk on the north side of the road. So that's what we're proposing along with our project frontage. So that's the design exception. And then in addition to that, we've asked for an administrative variance for access spacing. Again, we've got very limited frontage for the roadway. And so we have asked for an administrative variance to the spacing, which is about 195 feet and 170. But again, those both have been deemed approvable because of the limited frontage that the property currently has. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions. Thank you.
There is a remaining 6 minutes and 20 seconds for the applicant.
I will reserve that for rebuttal. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We can open it up to oral argument for any proponents or opponent party of record. I don't see on my list anyone listed, so I'll open it up for proponent party of record testimony for anyone that is present in the room.
There's someone coming to speak at the podium.
Yes. My name is Gilon Levert. I reside at 4910 Bradford Lane.
And you're a proponent, sir?
I'm not opposed to the project. I'm for the project. I'm just opposed to the one condition with the gate up on Bradford Lane, which is the north side of the property. Can you? That's what's to be seen. So I'm just going to read this down. My family and I, we bought our property, which is right adjacent to the proposed property on Bradford Lane, Carrollwood. The developer, Pulte Group, National Builder, they are in the process of applying for the 48 two-story level townhouse on approximately 5.5 acres. Served by a private street that will be gated. The street will be accessed from Lowell Road from the south and have an emergency access on the north side, Bradford Lane. We, as the immediate neighbors and adjacent homes, will be the most affected by this type and size of the project. I personally have mixed feelings about the size of the project being proposed right next door to our home. I've spoken to the county land planners, Timothy Lampkin, Commissioner Hagan's personal aide, Richard Reedy, and the developer, Pulte, the engineers on this project Level Up Consulting. We are not opposed to the project. We are actually okay working with the developers. They've been great. And as you could see, last meeting we were told, and that we were supposedly have a gated pedestrian access from Bradford Lane, which we are opposed to. The original plan was to have a emergency gate to the community on Bradford Lane, which you could see in the picture up in front of you. As a neighbor directly impacted by this proposed project, this is absolutely not acceptable to have the gated pedestrian gate. This is where we draw the line. The option of a pedestrian gate along the Bradford Lane northern side of the project will eventually allow pedestrians a walk-through from Lowell Road to Bradford Lane with no sidewalks and lighting along Delwood Road, leading to the Carrollwood Village Park, no sidewalks, no lighting along Delwood, and so on. As you could see in the picture just on my phone, right there, that is an actual picture at night, 6:30 at night, and you don't even have to look hard, you see the reflection, but there are no lights. It's pitch dark. There's no sidewalks. There are no lights, and it's a risk to us, the neighbors, driving on that road and having all those pedestrians walking up and down the street once the sun goes down.
Excuse me?
It's a hazard. Sorry?
Excuse me, Mr. Lievert, were you showing photos that you previously showed at the zoning hearing master meeting?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you show those photos before during the zoning hearing master hearing?
This picture of the gate was a picture sent to me by the developer before the meeting. I think it was, it's in the record.
Yes, I was referring to the ones on your phone that you're showing.
No, the one on my phone is not. It's one that I just took a few weeks ago.
Well, you won't be able to show those today because you were required to show them at the ZHM, but you can show the gate.
That's okay. I did point out in my previous discussion that there are no lights and it's completely dark. And even with some of the lights put on the frontage of the development up against Bradford Lane, it only covers their frontage. It doesn't cover the rest of the road and doesn't really do much help on that, for the rest of us. One of the things that was pointed out to me by the assistant to our commissioner, that this is a private project and the county does not have the jurisdiction to enforce the developer to install a pedestrian gate. Both the developer and ourselves, as I previously just pointed out, are not interested in not asking to have a pedestrian access gate. So there are entrance gates on other properties and townhouses and residential complexes in the area, just like Carrollwood Village, Chase off Casey Road, Cypress Estate of Lowell Road, the Sanctuary Village of Pittsfield Ave, and those do not have access. There's no connectivity or walkthroughs or anything that the general public can go in and out of these properties, which are privately built and paid for. So with hearing that, we were surprised that the transportation department from the planning department are asking to have this gate and pedestrian access. It's one thing having the emergency access for fire trucks, emergency vehicles to enter and access as needed, and that way they don't have to make a roundabout and they could just go right through from Lowell through to Bradford, and that's understandable and we're okay with that. But once they have an access for pedestrians, again, that's where we draw the line and we ask not to approve that, not to condition them with that, and just not to have that gate. We don't want to have that pedestrian access. We don't want to have the hundreds of people walking in and out in front of our house, which is a dead-end street. And that's pretty much it. That's all we have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other proponents or opponents in the audience?
Not seeing any.
Seeing none. We'll hear a rebuttal from the applicant if need be.
Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. I really don't have anything additional to add. We are here to answer any questions should you have them.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll hear from the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 9 future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan. The applicant requests to modify an existing plan development to allow up to 48 townhomes and an emergency access only connection to Bradford Lane. The modification includes 6 parcels representing 5.45 acres of the total 6.56 acre project. The subject property was part of the Comprehensive Plan Amendment HCCPA 20-03, which changed the future land use designation of the site from residential 4 to residential 9. The site is currently approved for up to 14 single-family detached dwelling units, and the applicant is proposing to remove the single-family detached units and substitute single-family attached residential units or townhomes for an increase to 48 units. The property is accessed via Lowell Road, which is a collector roadway. The surrounding properties include single-family residential and vacant parcels. The proposed major modification is consistent with the residential 9 future land use category and fulfills the intent of the compatibility policies of the comprehensive plan based on the surrounding land use pattern. The Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan emphasizes providing a well-maintained and efficient roadway network and a walkable environment that is both safe and convenient. Goal 5 of the community plan states that new development will provide pedestrian infrastructure and amenities that connect to existing roadway facilities. Goal 5 also seeks to provide direct and multiple street and sidewalk connections within development projects and their building entrances with adjacent projects to develop a cohesive, connected, and integrated development pattern. The project will provide 2 proposed gates that are only for the internal private roadway. The gated access does not support the community plan's intent to provide direct street and sidewalk connections within the development projects and their building entrances. However, the gates will allow for pedestrian access and connect to sidewalks that will be built along the project's frontage. The proposed development does not indicate that there will be sidewalks on the project's frontage for Lowell Road or Bradford Lane, but they will be required by county transportation staff to provide sidewalks on both roadways when the site plans are submitted for construction. Overall, the proposed rezoning request is compatible with the existing residential development pattern in the area, and the request would also facilitate the vision of the community plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions that are proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The zoning hearing master's recommended summary.
The zoning hearing master considered the proposed major modification request, which proposes to modify 5.45 acres of the planned development, 05-1936. The modification replaces the single-family homes for townhomes and proposes to increase the maximum number of dwelling units from 14 to 48 units. No variations to the PD standards or to the LDC are requested. The primary access to the project will be on Lowell Road. A gated emergency access point is proposed onto Bradford Lane. The proposed zoning conditions require the emergency access point to include pedestrian access to Bradford Lane. Testimony in support of the request, but opposed to the required pedestrian access to Bradford Lane was provided at the ZHM hearing. The testimony focused primarily on the opposition to the pedestrian access due to the lack of sidewalks and streetlights in the area and the existing park. Hillsborough County Transportation staff testified that the pedestrian access should be provided and required in order to provide for connectivity to the area. County Transportation staff stated in their agency comments that staff believes that not providing the pedestrian connection creates a greater potential for unsafe pedestrian connections. The ZHM stated that a pedestrian connection to Bradford Lane should be required as a zoning condition, as County Transportation staff has stated that the developer constructed sidewalks along Lowell Road and Bradford Lane frontages result in a safer and shorter route to the Carrollwood Village Park, thereby increasing pedestrian safety. The zoning hearing master, based on the foregoing, recommended approval of the major modification along with the condition related to the pedestrian access.
Is that the end of your report? Okay, great. Thank you very, very much. Okay, well, let's open it up for board discussion or entertain a motion. Any discussion? Move approval by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kemp. I'm hearing noise in the background, but I don't believe it's Commissioner Cohen or Hagan, so.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Hagan.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Sure. I would like to make an amendment, though, that we remove the gated pedestrian access that was referenced by the citizen. I don't know if there's board support for that, but I'd like to try to add an amendment to remove that access.
Commissioner Hagan, we're having difficulty hearing you. Is there any way you could get a little closer so we can hear you a little better?
Is that any better?
It's a little bit.
I just want to make an amendment that we remove the pedestrian access, the gated pedestrian access.
So you're offering a substitute motion or a condition?
Well, just an amendment to the motion.
So you're offering an amendment to the motion that removes the pedestrian access. I can't see anybody's conversation. Are there any comments regarding the motion?
I think it would need a second.
Do you
The
have
amendment.
is there a second to that amended motion?
Well, if we're going to do it as a motion this time, I'll second the motion.
You'll second the motion?
Because there's been this mix of these friendly amendments and then.
Yeah,
I think we
is it
just need to make a
amended?
determination as a board as to how we're going to conduct business. If it's going to be a motion and a vote, a motion, second, and vote to amend, but if we're taking this one as a motion, a formal motion, I'll second the motion.
So are we talking about a substitute motion? No, an amendment to the motion. Okay. Is there a second to the amended motion? Commissioner White offers the second. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. So to the amendment, I won't be supporting it. Let me ask first. We have to have an emergency access there, correct? Adam, we do have to have an emergency access. Whether or not we have pedestrian in addition to that is the question.
Michelle, I'll check on whether it meets the threshold for providing an emergency access.
Which would be interesting to know, but I'll just go on to say, I think it is important, looking at the configuration of this, to have the pedestrian bicycle access up the back, the main, to the north on that Bradford Lane. The main access is to the south on Lowell, but it's for, these people as much as connectivity. It's not being asked for cars, but pedestrian and bicycle would allow, as our staff has said, a safer route in and out of the area to the neighborhood. The fact that the road is not lighted or doesn't have sidewalks it doesn't stop me from saying it's still good to have that access because I was walking around my neighborhood last night at 9:30 at night trying to stretch my legs after working really late, and there's no street lights or sidewalks where I live, but it was pretty handy to be able to walk along quiet streets and stretch my legs a little bit in whether it's light or dark. So I'm for the pedestrian access, but if you could clarify whether or not the emergency access is required.
We're checking the distance right now. There's a threshold of 10 lots, but it is going to depend on whether it's within 1,000 feet of Lowell Road. So we're checking on that distance right now.
But there's only one other access would be on Lowell Road.
Correct.
So I think it is the safest thing to have the emergency access on Bradford Lane. And if you're doing that, I don't see why not to allow people to walk freely in and out of there as well.
Are there any other comments? Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I'd just like to say that I'm always for pedestrian and bicycle access and connectivity. When I look at this, I see 48 townhomes, which the ones at the, in the emergency access, I hear a lot about car connections. I'm more sympathetic to that. But on this one, the gentleman talked about a dead-end road. If you were a townhome at the very northern edge of this, where the emergency gate is, and there's 48 townhomes in there, and there's going to be children, I'm assuming, and other people wanting to get out and bicycle and get to a connection. But if you're at the very northern end, you have to come down all the way to the south, walk out here, walk up there, and walk, and right at that little connection there, you could just make this little walk out of your complex, and there's a park right there that you can go to. And I think to not give the people in those townhouses access to the nearby park, it would be just I think that would be a terrible thing for us not to provide access to. And the little part of the road where the gentleman lives is truly on one side, it's a dead end, so there's not going to be much coming out of there anyway. And on the other side, we're just talking a few houses till they go onto the road to the park. I just think that would be a terrible thing not to take away the opportunity for people that live there not to have that access. So I'm totally supportive of this. And as to just procedurally, in terms of friendly amendments, I'm not sure if we have that in our rules exactly, but we have used it from time to time. And if the maker of the motion can accept that, it's just a lot easier to move forward. And if it's contrary to what their desires are when they made the motion, then we can go to the formal more cumbersome amendment process, but I just think it's an easier thing to do if it just makes procedurally easier to move.
Okay. Mr. Gormley, did you have some input you could offer to the?
Yes. So based on the number of lots and the distance from Lowell Road, the distance falls just short of the code requirement to have a secondary emergency access. The code standard from a second road is 1,000 feet, and in this case, it's about 890. So it doesn't meet the actual code requirement. We do generally recognize that emergency access is a beneficial element to have for development such as this.
Yeah, and a code is a minimum rather than the best solution. Are there any other comments? So, Commissioner Hagan, would you like to restate your motion? I mean, your amendment.
It was just to remove the gated pedestrian access. That's it.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment. Sorry, Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we need to hear from the applicant to see if they're willing before we agree to do that? Would it cause any concerns to the project?
Madam Chair, I believe the applicant's already said for the record that they're okay with it being eliminated.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. So we need to actually take a roll call vote on the amendment.
Overman?
No.
Cullen?
No.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
No.
Myers?
No.
Smith?
No.
White?
Yes.
Motion failed 2-5. Commissioners Overman, Cullen, Kemp, Myers, and Smith voted no.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll go back to the original motion? That was Commissioner Smith's motion? Seconded by Commissioner Kemp? And clerk, are you good with the motion? Or does it need to be restated? Okay, good. All right. Any further discussion? No? Seeing none? Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Wright. You were reminding me how to make sure I get these right, so I appreciate it. With that, we just have to go back to item F4. Is that, has there been a conversation? Can we get that resolved today?
There has been a conversation, and I think we are close, but as I'm understanding, and I'm doing this by text here,
Sure.
there's a little bit of a difference of perspective between what I would request as a condition on this and what the applicant, and really it boils down to, so the number of units that have been advised that they could get without the density bonus, given the land set aside for the daycare, would be 333 units. I think the difference between my perspective and the applicants is my preference would be that timing be time to see building permits over that 333. I believe the applicant is requesting that be tied to certificates of occupancy. So I'll say that we're close. The difference between the building permit and the certificate of occupancy is that there's the potential for a structure to be built, ready to be occupied, and somebody ready to move in. We've had that scenario numerous times, that we would be holding up if the daycare isn't already constructed. So that's my perspective on it. I know the applicant has a different perspective and perhaps can provide some additional rationale for that differing perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Gormley. I appreciate that. Commissioner Smith, you'd like to address that issue?
Yes, so I totally agree with Mr. Gormley that if we allow the houses to be built but sit there vacant until the daycare is built, or maybe not, we could end up in real trouble in that neighborhood. The point is that you get the density bonus, and I think this is the justification and the rationale for having a density bonus for mixed use. You get the density bonus because you are providing mixed use with, as you noted, Commissioner Overman, trip capture in the area. And I think it's especially important in this area where traffic is such a problem. If we're going to be adding more cars, adding more density, that they be at least meeting the minimum of the trip capture mixed use idea that's supposed to justify the additional density. So I don't know if you think we should continue it until the applicant agrees, but I think what I would do is, what I was doing before is I'll move approval with the additional condition, as Mr. Gormley stated, that before and keep in mind, they get to build what they can under their underlying zoning for 6 per acre, but if they want that density bump up, they have to have the daycare built and operational before they can begin getting the building permits.
And I've just gotten some additional correspondence that the applicant is proposing to build the daycare from the start at the outset of the development. So just maybe if we get some.
In in which case they won't mind the condition.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, if we could get that applicant to speak to that, I think that would be helpful.
Right. Is the applicant present to speak to that issue and clarify so that we're comfortable moving forward with the motion?
This is Cami Corbett with Hill Ward Henderson. Yes, I'm present. The reason that that condition is problematic for us is we will be financing this and developing this all as one commercial development. And so not allowing us to get the permits for the additional units will be problem. We won't be able to get financing on something that we can't get permits for. And while we normally in this instance would say, let's continue this, we do have contractual obligations. I do think, unfortunately, since I was the lawyer for both this case and the last case, it didn't allow us the same kind of opportunity to talk with staff as we would have. And I think we would benefit from a 5-minute recess to try to see if we can refine this and come up with something that works. The developer is planning to build a daycare from the outset. We just need to work on conditions that will work for the financing.
So it's at the board's pleasure. If we were actually to take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 1:30, you think you will be able to have a discussion that will allow us to take care of this today?
If the board does that, we'll jump right on the discussion immediately following.
Okay. Commissioner Myers, did you have something that's pertinent to their negotiations?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask us to take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 1:30.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This reconvene of the land use meeting for January 13th, 2021, and we are addressing item E4 that we continued for a few minutes in order to have an opportunity for the applicant to consider what was being asked as a condition. Mr. Gormley.
So thank you, board members, and thank you for the time. I think we had a productive conversation with the applicant. We understand some of the challenges that are associated with the financing of the project. I think they understand the concern and sensitivity that we have. So what I would recommend as a condition is that prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any residential unit in the project, the daycare use must be constructed with a certificate of occupancy issued. So what that would mean is before any structure could be actually occupied other than the daycare, including their clubhouse, the daycare would need to be built and ready to be occupied. So what I think that does is it provides a little bit more, it moves the target a little bit and really puts a significant incentive on the applicant to have that daycare built, and without any COs being issued, we won't have the, there's no revenue stream to support the project. So I believe that provides a pretty significant incentive. So I would recommend that condition, that prior to the issuance of any COs for any residential units, the daycare use shall be constructed and a certificate of occupancy issued.
Excellent, thank you very much. And will the applicant attest that that is your offer to address the condition?
Cami Corbett, for the record, yes, we agree with that condition.
Excellent, thank you very much. Commissioner Smith.
I'll withdraw my original motion, restate a new motion that is approval of the project with the condition as noted by Mr. Gormley.
Second. Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Meyer and Kemp. Any further discussion? With that, please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cullen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes, and I want to thank the applicant for working with us here on the fly. Thank you very much for understanding where we wanted to go.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent, thank you all very much for getting that done. I don't have any other items on the agenda. We do have several things listed. However, I'm not seeing anyone that's interested in offering those items. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.